Mm, mm. And we are officially live. Let me share this to Twitter.
No,
So
you.
that means we have to be careful and not say that shit. Oh wait.
I've given up on that dream.
I mean, it wasn't exactly realistic anyway.
True, true, true.
So did you ask her that question about what video game you would be?
No. I don't have a good answer that you would like it.
I think you would be like TK.
Like TK Baja
TK for Donkey
or
Kong.
Donkey Kong. I mean, I could see that. Honestly, we were trying to figure out like if you got to pick a video game character for everybody like in this Discord, who would you pick? I decided Ryan from Mountchat
Who?
from Borderlands.
I've never played Borderlands.
Oh come on.
Yeah, sorry. No,
You too.
never played it.
Cultured fucks in here.
So that I am
I feel like Reed would be like Link.
No, he would be Olaf.
Not Olaf.
I feel like he's Link. He has very strong virtues.
There's one huge issue with you guys. That Link never speaks.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm talking about like Link is always trying to do something good. I feel like Reed's always trying to do something good.
And so is Zelda.
That's true, but Zelda's not as cool as Link. Who would Scotty be? Who wants to sit there and watch the world crash and burn?
I said Sky would be Snake from Metal Gear.
I've never played that either.
Oh my god, you should get the life.
Finally, someone besides me told me get a life.
Whoa. I should get a life because I haven't played a game? That's so backward sounding. Like, you should get a life because you've played all these games.
Yeah, who would Scotty be though?
I don't know.
Like, all I can think of is basically nothing. I feel like Scotty would be a soft-hearted villain. Video game characters are hard. Maybe this would be easier to do it for like video game characters and anime.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that takes me back, bro.
Dude, he was the shit back in middle school.
Still the shit.
That's weird. I didn't watch him in middle school. I watched him in elementary school.
I mean, same time.
Boom.
Back when he was in his heyday.
Now he just tells adults that, yeah, it was fun in games when you were a kid. Now it's time to pull your head out of your ass.
Yep.
Like, Bill, I respect that, dog.
I have a singing show.
You have a singing show?
No, I meant I have a singer show.
Oh.
I still didn't think so.
Like has autograph.
Oh, signature.
But no, I met him when he was talking about religion versus science.
That's such a
Ooh.
good signature to have. Like a signature, like he's kind of celebrity, but kind of not.
Yeah. He's like a... Would he be like a B or C
Like a
list?
celebrity.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Holy crap. That came out of nowhere.
Or should you about shit yourself?
It has been submitted.
Reed, can you make? Oh wait. Reed, I should find you the YouTube channel of this kid I went to high school with, Bobby. He was like the main guy that I talked to about Christianity in high school.
Oh,
he
the
does,
dude
like-
who like really pushed in.
Yeah, and he does like this whole YouTube like vlogging kind of update stuff on his life.
So
And
appreciate it.
yeah, I think.
I'd love to see it.
I wonder if he still updates it. I can ask Dan. Dan will have it. Scotty, did you ever meet Bobby Odom? And you thought I was weird too. You're not wrong, so
Odom, like Lamar Odom,
I
right?
don't know who that is.
Oh my god.
I saw the most depressing video. It was this. So you know how after he was in the NBA, he went back to school to Ohio State because he didn't.
Odin, no,
Odin, my bad, Odin. Talking about different person.
Oh yeah, I was there.
You know how Odin, they're going to went back to Ohio State. Someone did a prank where like an old lady went up to him and was like, "Excuse me, sir, you're really tall. Do you play basketball?" And he like smiled at her, and then when she said basketball, he's like, "I used to." And then she walks away, and then he walks away, and he just had the most depressed look on his face. I was like, "Oh,
What a prank! Ha ha ha!
bless his heart."
I mean, he's supposed to be like next Shaq.
Yeah, he's gonna be the biggest deal.
The biggest deal of them all.
And his feet were too small for his body still.
I wonder if I can. You know what? I haven't even tried. New music for you. Probably has a couple of songs.
You Kanye West.
Why didn't I do this before?
Because you haven't been the person talking about that.
I'm literally downloading the whole Ghana album right now. Bonnie!
Dude, I want to be out of the office today.
I don't.
Makes sense.
I literally get paid to do a couple hours of work and then essentially just slowly do work for the rest of the day.
I mean, yeah, me too, I guess.
Like, I'm literally getting paid to talk to friends. And then my mom has the audacity to be like, "Wouldn't you like going back to the office?" I'm like, explain to me the benefit that would provide me.
Dude, my mom does that shit too. Oh my god. She's like, yeah, but
She's like,
there's
well,
the
you
whole
can-
social component of the
Yeah,
office.
I'm like, I can be social with people outside of work. That's the best part.
Like, what the fuck am I supposed to talk to my coworkers about? I don't know.
Hey, excited for the weekend? Happy Monday.
Literally, corporate
How's
small
your
talk is
weekend?
the worst.
Tuesday. Oh, feels like Monday again, doesn't it? Wednesday. There. What are your plans this weekend? Thursday. Oh, almost Friday. Almost weekend. Friday's here. Oh, it's weekend. What are you doing this weekend? Over and over and over.
It's funny because it's true.
Let's see. So, I have all the songs. I have 22 songs downloaded.
Jump stream.
Let's see if I can view by large icon.
Okay.
Hey, got the
Praise God, the what?
having a religious moment. It's okay.
I downloaded the Genre album off the Discord ending.
That's good. He finally released it, huh?
No, he didn't release it.
Well, then never mind. I spoke too soon. My apologies.
Your apology is accepted. This time only.
Steven, you were so kind and generous.
I know. I try.
Maybe not so humble, but kind of generous. Ba-dum-dum.
It amazes me how people can be funny before like. I'm not awake enough for that shit.
Oh, really?
No.
You don't come online until 12:30, 1 o'clock?
Dude, my brain does not start functioning until like early as like 10:30.
I've been up since 4 a.m.
Jeez, dude. Sucks. Yeah, that's horrible. Alright. I think I finally have a schedule for streaming and working out. I've been throwing it around for a while, but I think I finally got it figured out.
Alright, what you got? Lay it on us.
Alright, the goal is to wake up at 7:45 every day and be at the gym by 8:30. Work out for a minimum of an hour.
How the fuck does it take you 45 minutes to get to the gym, first of all?
It doesn't. I'm like a very, like when I wake up, I like taking my time to do stuff.
Oh, okay, you're a slow, retired old guy.
I mean, I was always like that. Even when I played sports in high school, like I would take like an hour to get ready for practice and stuff.
I mean, I take like a 40-minute shower, so I can't talk.
Yeah. So I was like the guy that would sit there on the bench in our locker room, like everyone's putting on pads, and I'm just like sitting there staring at a locker, trying to get my mental straight. So, but I also like take a pre-workout, and that usually takes about 20 minutes to kick in before you start to feel it. So like I'm usually in no big hurry to get to the gym.
That makes sense too. If you have to do that whole mumbo jumbo.
Yeah. So get to the gym at 8:30, work out until like 9:30, and then come home, shower, maybe grab a bite to eat depending on how I feel. I'm not quite sure what type of diet, like how I want to do when I eat. I know what I want to eat, but not sure when I'll eat. And then from there, start streaming at about 11. I think is the plan.
That's not a bad morning, honestly.
Yeah. The only times that will have to change is I have therapy in the morning on like 2 of the days out of the week. So I got to figure out maybe switching those to the afternoon.
Psychologist.
Yeah. Yeah. Doing behavioral therapy.
Is it weird to say like you come off as the type of person that needs therapy?
Yeah, that is weird. I need it more for like dealing with my ADHD than I need it for like dealing with depression or things like that. And then I do like couples therapy so that we can, I don't know, we have a pretty strong relationship, but I don't know, I feel like it can always get better, and I don't ever want to get to a point where we have to have therapy because our relationship's on the rocks. So
fucking like that.
yeah,
I
it
like that a lot.
doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you? For me, the way my head works, I'm like, why would I wait until I absolutely have to have it when I can just the same way that you like maintain your house, you know, like why wait until you have to spend 5 hours cleaning, or you know, just spend 30 minutes a day or 45 minutes a day, you know what I mean? So
Exactly that.
It's
Dude,
also like
that actually makes so much fucking sense.
it's been really great.
Of, like therapists too, because like with an individual therapist for yourself, it's like an accountability person.
Mhm.
Like, hey, I can like talk to myself about these things, but I ultimately would have to hold myself accountable. This other person can do it for me.
Right.
When you're in a relationship, a lot of time people will have that other person in the relationship be the one to hold them accountable, but if they slip up or if they don't hold them as accountable, you might have like communication issues or things arise. But
Right.
the party that you're constantly talking to, you might feel more comfortable bringing up things that either like annoy you or that you want to work on in a way that doesn't seem as confrontational.
Right. And I think the big, like initially when I started therapy for singles, like we talked about my negative self-talk and like my slight depression, and we through working through that, we realized that the majority of like when I'm in a very dark place stems from me not being able to focus on any one thing and accomplish anything and feel like I'm progressing, due to my ADHD. And because of that, because I'm so like success driven as an individual, I start to get anxiety and stress myself out, and I start getting really upset because I'm not progressing and going places. And so the root of I guess in terms of like the majority of the issues that I deal with on a day-to-day basis stem from my ADHD. And so that, coupled with the medicine that I'm now taking, though the medicine's going to...
Have you found like effective medication?
I've only been... The medication that I am currently trying, the doctor decided on was to help boost my mood, but is also used to help deal and cope with ADHD, and also helps with like weight loss. And so he was like, I don't know if you... Because I'm not technically tested for ADHD, or I haven't been tested since I was a kid. And he was like, but it sounds like you have sleeping issues and you have a mood issue. And he's like, so I just want to tackle those two, and then from there we can look at, if it works, then we don't need to change the medicine because it's working on your mood and your ADHD, and I have a medication to help me sleep at night. I can't say it's working because there's two different classes for ADHD medicine. From what I've been told, it's a antidepressant class, and then there's the stimulant class. And so I'm on an antidepressant class, and so it takes he said somewhere between 2 maybe 3 weeks to really start being effective. So I'm on day 4, I think 3, something like that, and so we'll see in a couple of weeks how I really feel. But I mean, from I guess what I've noticed, like the first couple of days I felt really weird. Like I didn't feel sick, but I felt like my body was like in a constant state of like movement. It's really, really weird. Have you ever had like a really strong caffeine high?
Yeah.
So that's what it felt like. Like I wasn't necessarily jittery, but like my body felt like tingly, I guess, all over. And I was like, what the heck is this? I guess I noticed that I felt a little bit like happier. My mood was a little better, but I mean, that could have been like my brain being like, oh, you're on medication, so you're a little bit happier. So yeah, no, I think it's too early to determine whether or not medication is helping me. I will say the sleep medication knocks me out. Yeah, last night was the first night that I didn't just get knocked out. So it's been...
The thing that immediately comes to my mind is there are a lot of things when you're a kid that when you're a kid, a lot of things look like ADHD.
Right.
May not be.
Right. Yeah.
Tell you that you do or don't have.
Right.
Your time getting retested and stuff.
Yeah, I definitely think that the majority of kids, when they say they have ADHD, it's just that's a kid being a kid. And
there's 5 or 6 different things that look like ADHD.
Right. And so the only reason that I think I have ADHD now is I actually asked people. I asked my wife. I did like one of those random tests that you do on Google, and I just asked the questions to my wife. And I was like, I'm not going to answer. I want you to answer. And it was like on a scale of 1 to 5. And every question I asked, she was like, that's a 5. That's a 5. That's a 5. And I was like, okay, well, without getting tested, maybe I fall underneath it. Am I 100% sure? No. And that's another reason why the doctor was like, maybe it's just a mood thing, because I will have moments where I'm really motivated to do something, and then I have moments where I'm like not motivated whatsoever. And so maybe I am depressed, and it's just, being depressed, and having my mood be a little bit higher, I'll be able to concentrate a bit more. But I think the biggest thing was the focus bothered me, but what made it so what the worst part about whatever it is that I'm going through, ADHD, not ADHD, depressed, whatever the case is, the worst part of it was wanting to do something and knowing what I needed to do and not being able to get myself to do it. It was like my brain was like, nah, we're not doing this. And it didn't matter what I did or who talked to me. Like, it didn't matter at all. So, who knows if I have ADHD or not. As long as the medicine works, I don't think I really care. I mean, as long as the end result is a positive one, I don't care if I have ADHD or not.
Well, it doesn't really matter what you call it.
Yeah. You have this. Doesn't matter. I'm doing better. So.
Scotty, The Weeknd is on Kanye West's album, and he has by so far the best song on there.
Does Scotty like The Weeknd?
He loves The Weeknd.
Okay, good. Because I love The Weeknd.
But it's so weird because Scotty hates Lil Baby, and Lil Baby's on the song too. I think you'll like Lil Baby on the song. They
Ooh.
both fit on it, but it works.
What is Scotty playing? I don't know. I just couldn't read. It's like in a different language, the title.
Oh, he's like AFK.
I wonder if he's playing that MMO that he.
No, he's not.
Oh, he's not. Okay.
Like roguelike.
It's called Another World, I think.
Netherworld. Interesting.
Yeah, he said he went. I think he went to my wish list and he's like, right, you have a lot of games. He just saw it on.
Hey. Don't know. Fellas, it is Friday, which means tomorrow I get to go shopping for fall candles.
Dude, fall is like legit the best season, and nobody can tell me otherwise.
I love fall, and then I love winter simply because of like Thanksgiving, Christmas. Like those are. I hate winter from outside. I love winter from inside.
Yes.
Being a fall fan is your favorite like time of the year, and then having like Christmas and those holidays after and Thanksgiving is the most beautiful thing because like you enjoy the whole fall time.
Yep.
And then it just perfectly goes into like it's gonna be the end of August now, so September starts. Boom, back to school. You start getting like those fall candles, things like that. You start going like apple orchards, things like that.
Yep.
Pumpkin time comes around when October comes. Football season's underway.
Mm.
Awesome. Soccer season's underway. Everything's going. You're moving.
I want to go do a
Things are
corn
good.
maze.
October hits. You do Halloween stuff throughout October. You put your decorations up. Great time. End of October. Boom. At that point, people after Halloween will be like, is it time to play Christmas music, or do you wait until Thanksgiving? Some people start playing Christmas music. Some people don't. But anyways, you're getting excited for Thanksgiving. You start getting ready for that. You hang out with family. You do there. Then boom, you're ready for December. Comes along. Christmas music's blazing. You got the whole month where you're just chilling, having a good time.
Yep.
If you're in college, you're off that whole month. If you're working, you typically have off sometime around there, and you have that 2-week period where it's essentially you're not doing too much. Then it's the new year. You make your all resolutions. January is my birthday at the end of the month, so you're going crazy, and then before you know it, you're into the new year and you're going all out.
Dude, like, if it wasn't for schools letting out for summer for so long, summer's just overrated.
I do, yes.
Oh my gosh, it's so overrated.
Like
Summer's made for people without responsibility.
It is so. There's nothing awesome about it. It's hot. 90% of the places that you go, like.
Dude, I went out probably like fucking less than 20 times.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want to be outside.
I went on vacation to a beach, and don't get me wrong, I had a blast for like the first 3 days. We were there for 6. The 4th day, I was like, okay, I can go. You know what? Like, I can enjoy this, but I'm ready to go home. Day 5 and 6, I was like, dude, I don't want to be on the beach anymore.
Yeah.
It's hottish. Yeah, you know. And I went to Vegas for a basketball tournament. Vegas was hot as hell. I live in Texas, and we had, I kid you not, basically 4 weeks out of the summer were 100 to 110, and like there's nothing enjoyable about that. And I hate, like, I genuinely don't like being wet, so I hate swimming.
Really?
Yeah, I hate getting in pools. I used to not, and I'm a really strong swimmer, and I don't know, just hate it. Don't like it. And so And then the aspect of like getting in and out of the pool, like I hate getting wet and then getting out.
Traumatic experience or something?
Nope,
Like,
no.
I can think of 3 times in my life that I've almost died, and all 3 of them have involved water.
No, the only I guess the most traumatic, like I never really had a traumatic experience. My mom said when I was a kid, I was probably like 3, and she took me to the YWCA to help me like learn how to swim, and I was like the one kid out of like 50 that was screaming at my mom to let me go because I wanted to swim on my own, and every other kid was in there crying about their moms letting them go. They're like, no, don't let me go, I'm afraid of the water. So I've never been afraid of the water. I was always a great swimmer. I just hate getting wet and recognizing that I'm sitting in a freaking hole. I'm like, what am I doing? Why am I here?
Not like baths either.
No, I don't like baths, and I'm also really big, so like baths are just super uncomfortable. If I had like a jet stream bath, like
What about like a hot tub?
I don't like hot tubs either.
Really?
Yeah, I get hot really easily, and so like I can be in there for about 15 minutes, and then I'm like, dude, I'm like sweating. I can't do this. I just don't like the aspect of getting wet, getting out, drying off, getting wet again. Like that ain't me. I hate it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe if I wasn't so fat, I'd like it a bit more. But even then, I don't know. I just don't enjoy swimming. It started in high school, and I wasn't nearly as fat then as I am now. So I don't know. But I love the mountains. I love the mountains.
I think the beach is overrated too, actually.
I feel like I'd have to be on like a sandals beach.
I think the beach is like massively overrated.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing today? No, just on a beach.
Well, it's the thing too. Is if you're gonna lay like by the water,
Yeah,
I'd rather just like go hiking or something.
yeah,
Like go fucking see a waterfall.
yep. And I've been to like some cool beaches. I went to an island. I was in Belize, and I went out to an island and stayed I think 2 nights out there. No, 1 night out there. And like I'm talking about crystal clear blue water. Like it was beautiful, and like I enjoyed swimming there. But like the ocean, like swimming in the Gulf of Mexico, not pretty. Swimming in the Atlantic Ocean is like the only ocean that is relatively nice, and then the Pacific is freezing cold. So we just don't have really nice ocean places to swim around here. And laying out on the beach, I hate sun tanning. Like I'm half black. I don't need to sit there and roast. Okay, I get dark naturally. So yeah, beaches just aren't it. I'd much rather hike and like look at stuff than sit on a beach. So yeah, summer's overrated. I do love spring. Like there's a period, there's like a week or two when spring starts to hit here before like allergies start to kick in, where like it's not too hot and it's not too cold. It's really, really nice, but you can also start to smell the flowers, and you see like, no, I do love Christmas though. We're talking about how much I love fall and spring and winter, but summer's overrated. I think I love the fall. I love fall just as a whole, from the smells to the way everything looks. Winter, I love looking at from inside, and I love the smells that come with like Christmas and stuff. And then spring, I love that transition into like the way it like flowers. I just love really nice smells. I'm a smell-driven individual, I guess.
Scotty, you're gonna love The Weeknd on Kanye's album. He has a song with Lil Baby, and it goes crazy. Then there's a song called Jonah, feature a guy named Vori. I've never heard of Vori before. Dirk? Vori, this is probably the most hype song I've ever heard on an album. On a, like a Christian-esque album.
But don't.
Did you watch it at all?
Nah, I'm not a Kanye fan.
I mean, almost every single song has some sort of Christian meaning to it on it.
Yeah, no, I didn't watch.
Jesus Lord, Lord I need you, Jonah, pure souls, come to life, don't y'all left behind. God, we made it, I'm not okay. You're gonna be okay.
Ba-na-na-na-na-na.
It would be classified under Christian music because it's not, like you said, Christian-esque or however you put it, but it's like a hybrid. Sorry, what were you gonna say? I should put that down.
I have no idea. No, I don't. I don't listen to Kanye very often. I listen to his older stuff, but none of his new stuff. I'm actually more interested in his apparel and his shoes than I am
Yeah.
his music now. I do respect him as an artist, though. Like he's an insanely talented individual, artistically speaking. But I don't listen to his music. So.
I feel like with him, the thing that either people hate about him or love about him is it's constantly like changing.
Yeah.
Like, it's never the same thing. He always, I feel like, when he does this with Mindset, whether it's like his fashion, his styles, brands, what he does,
Yeah.
it's always changing, and it doesn't always change for the better. So it's like you could have, like, let's say his old music you really love,
Yeah.
and want him to make that again, but in his head, he has to change from that. So no matter what he made, he can't really go back to that.
Of course.
So down, he has to make something cool.
Yeah. I think that's what makes him so talented and so different. I need to put a light goal. Hold on. All right, and then I can pin that. Yeah. No. I that's what I respect about him is that he doesn't limit himself to this genre or just making music. You know, he truly is an artist, and I feel the same way about J. Cole. Though J. Cole simply only raps, but he doesn't pump out albums or singles and stuff like chasing money. He's like, if I have something to say, I make an album. If I don't, I'm not gonna make an album.
What I respect most about J. Cole is like
Yeah.
there's a difference between people making music to make money and people making music to have meaning. And
Yeah.
definitely has meaning.
Right. I agree. And that on top of that, the dude can. I think Eminem was the one that was like, if J. Cole wanted to, he could be the top. He could have pumped out music and been at the top the entire time. He's that like lyrically gifted. Which like those some big words from one of the greatest to ever do it. Dun. Dun. Dan!
AKA Scotty with the artist.
Do what?
This is for Steven. I posted a video of
Oh.
Bobby's channel.
I freestyle soccer. I forgot he did that.
Who does freestyle soccer?
Friend of mine from high school. A friend of ours.
That's cool.
Where's this in the Mississippi Club?
Dude, he got big.
How big?
Yeah, he's like 230 now. 30 pounds.
Really?
Yeah.
I
Dude,
wish,
First video.
bro. I wish I was 230 pounds. Oh my gosh.
He has somewhere.
Is this the ultra Christian guy or is this the
Yeah.
The Elder King.
The ultra Christian guy.
Because I was saying how like I used to talk with Bobby in high school about like, Christianity and all that shit.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, he's got like maybe 1 million subs.
Dude,
He's
how
from around the world?
some 230 pounds? That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, we used to play soccer together. in high
Dude,
school.
he used to be built like he's built like a stick.
Is he super tall too?
He's pretty tall, yeah.
He looks decently tall. Looks like he filled himself out on his body. He probably has some stomach, but looks like he put some weight on his legs and arms.
I mean, I
Yeah,
know
but
he
that
picked up
video
running.
between the one where he was freestyling versus the one he was doing pull-ups. Like, he looks so different.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bold one now. Lost. Haven't done chin-up in over a year.
Haven't done a chin up in over a year.
Looks
I'd
like you
be-
lost some weight
I
and
haven't
gained some
either.
muscle, or like back and forth. Like you lost some fat, gained some muscle. I don't know if it's because of his beard, but it looks like there's more weight in his face.
Oh, Reed, did you see that picture I posted?
Yeah, who is that?
Doesn't that look like you?
Literally
Tell
told
you.
you who that is.
It's
You
from
told me
the,
who it is, but I'm asking.
it's from Vikings. Well, he's from Vikings. He's also the actor who was in like the Hunger Games, like forever ago.
Vikings.
What did he do in the Hunger Games? Was he one of the tribes?
Yeah, was he like a contestant or something?
Does he have a video where he's doing like a sermon or something? Or
Yeah, I don't know if he has. Dan, does he have Christian content on his YouTube?
I don't know.
I don't either. I remember him talking about it in one of his like video vlog rants, but I don't like know the specifics.
I've seen Life During COVID. Maybe he says something there.
Was he ranting hardcore?
Dan, it was
He just did,
hilarious.
like vlog style stuff.
Last night.
What? Fast recovery?
Yeah, you guys were funny.
Was the game glitching out, or did y'all finally figure it out where whatever her name
I
was?
just came in and watched you guys wander around for a half hour and then left.
Yeah.
No, it got way better after you guys left. They were getting screwed. They were dying every 2 seconds.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was like, this is not, nothing's happening. Why am I watching?
Here's
Yeah.
the picture of him in Hunger Games. I mean, this is a stretch because I haven't seen him in forever. I don't know.
Let me see.
You've seen it, but he was younger then, so it was a little different.
Okay, yeah, that's the guy I was talking about.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that is. Wow, that's weird seeing him with a full beard and stuff.
Yeah, that's from Vikings. So
Yeah.
like, yeah, straight up.
Jeez. Reed, you were a big soccer player. Holy, man.
I mean, he does play FIFA.
This is true. He does play FIFA. He do be playing it. Oh, he do.
But not right now.
Right, of course. No, I lost that sand.
Oh no, what shall you ever do?
I'm gonna go grab it. That's what I'm gonna do. I don't know why I didn't need to grab it, but I want another. I've only seen one. I think I've seen a total of like 3 or 4 drown with tridents. I need another trident. Well, I mean, I don't need it. I want one though. I have my killing trident, and now I want a like riptide trident. I want to fly through the water. I want to fly through the rain as well. That seems lit. People are dropping money, dude. I feel like the market's gonna crash because so many people are 50%. That's huge. I mean, I think Warren Buffett's sitting on a lot of cash as well, though. So
Yeah, but
Well, I mean, the majority of his money is in stock. So if he's sitting on a ton of cash, that means he's sold massive positions.
What would he ever need to have, let's be honest?
I mean, the reason he's doing that is because he's handling other people's money as well. So he's selling these massive positions because the people are assuming that the market's going to drop insanely hard, which it may. I don't know, but
Oh, it's going to. It's going to be a worse recession than
Rick, are we
2008.
looking at like another hard lockdown too?
Possibly. Let's see. Houston just had its first child die from COVID, who didn't have any pre-existing conditions.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's horrible. So we may go into another lockdown. I mean, I shouldn't say we. Texas definitely isn't. I know that, but some states might.
It's so weird to me too that like the president of the entire country can be like, "Hey, we should go in lockdown," and the states are like, "Nah, man, I'm good. You have fun with that though."
Yeah, it's very interesting how that works. I there are moments where I don't like it, and there are moments where I really do appreciate it.
I don't think he's a great president, but I don't know what's wrong with the lockdown.
I think lockdown, if you're going to do a lockdown, I think the way that we went about locking down was horrible.
Yes, right.
I think you can't shut down small businesses. You're like, because number one, they're an insanely large portion of our economy,
And they were basically shutting down the economy.
which is what's happening, and that's why you're seeing the issues with our economy. And when you see that many issues with our economy, it leads to other massive issues. And so, if people aren't making money, they can't survive. And so locking down everything and shutting down small businesses was not the play. You know, if you want to limit certain things, or I think,
other countries, their game plan was like, all right, we're gonna shut everything down and we give people the money they need to survive. And America's like, oh yeah, here's the $1,200 check.
yeah, that's not enough money. Go ahead.
And we argue the opposite point. So we give out money, who pays for it?
We already pay for that.
I think what should have happened is there should have been a way, like, okay, we lock down and you keep some of the same requirements of, like, okay, we have certain times for like the elderly to go to grocery stores. That's fine. Even if there wasn't, I'd rather not wear a mask, but let's say there's a mask mandate, you have to wear that. Okay. What should have happened is there should have been resources allocated to helping small businesses survive throughout the pandemic. You know, maybe you look at different delivery services,
The online market space.
right? Something like that, where you have, you know, just completely shutting them down and telling them that they can't go to work is asinine. It's insane to me. Again, I don't necessarily agree with having to wear a mask, but I can understand how it does help. I don't.
And I think a lot of it too, honestly, is to make people feel better.
Yeah, yes, I do agree. You know, it's to make people feel better. Even with the vaccine, I don't necessarily care if you get vaccinated. Do I recommend you do? Yes, I recommend that you do because it's going to help. But if you don't want to, that's fine. But the way in which that we took care of everything was poorly executed. It was poorly planned out. And we should have just done a better job of planning from the jump. I don't know if it would have helped a whole lot, but I think it would have definitely been different, and we'd be in a better mind state, I feel like, as a country, and we wouldn't be so divided on what should happen. I feel like if it was just planned and executed better, you know, to tell people that, like, because we're America, we're going to be able to like, we're not going to get sick, we're going to be okay. That's
Like,
yeah, like we have some kind of bubble. I was like, no, that's not how that works. Viruses don't care where you're from, what you look like, what color you are, who your parents are. It doesn't care, you know. So, but I don't know. And then to tell people that, like, and then that takes away the whole real estate problem of renters not having to pay their rent. You know,
I
th-
was not a fan of that either. Like, obviously, it makes sense that you can't have people getting evicted,
right,
but some people put a lot of money and they overextended themselves for real estate
right,
to get no value out of it.
right, and then on top of that, you're basically telling people that we're making more money from staying at home, not having to pay rent, not getting evicted, and then they don't have to go to work because they get paid more from being unemployed. Like that's you're developing a culture of basically letting the country do whatever they want for you at all in every aspect of life is what well, I mean, if you don't have to do anything, the government's just going to pay you. What is the incentive of going out and doing anything?
I mean, there's a pretty strong reason for that, though.
I mean, maybe, but I don't agree with it. I feel like if you want our country to progress, we can't have people that sit around doing nothing.
I mean, it's not intended to be a permanent solution.
Right. I recognize that. I just feel like it's created a kind of a mentality as of right now, and I'm sure it's going to fix itself. It's going to correct itself. But it has a mentality of like people aren't working, and which I'm really frustrated at because I drive around town and there's tons of places hiring, and I've applied to tons of places and I haven't had one word back. So I think there's both sides are, yeah.
I think there was a need and a reason to do that, but I don't think it's going to correct itself.
Yeah. I don't know. And I think both sides are to blame. You have one side that has a poor, I guess, I don't know, hiring application filtering system. And so they're not talking to people, as many people as they could be. And then you have the other aspect where people are like, well, I don't want to go back to work because I made so much money sitting around. Now, of course, there are people that did work from home. And I 100% recognize that some people don't want to go back to work because they're doing the same level of work, getting the same amount of work done, just as they're just as effective at home, and they don't have to deal with the inner workings of staying at in an office all day and having to report to pointless meetings. I also recognize that. So I don't know. I just think overall it could have been handled better. I think the argument comes. I think what people are afraid of, most people are afraid of, are like, okay, so if we just deal with it now, if we just deal with this, what else are we just going to deal with? You know what I mean? I think there's a fear of like the government stepping in and taking a position that the government shouldn't be taking a position on. And so.
Other problems too is like other countries have. I don't want to say like complete faith in their government. They have some amount of faith in their government.
Right.
I don't have like any faith in their government.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't want to give them any amount of power because I have the feeling that they'll use it against us.
Which is exactly what I think the fear is.
But I'll argue that I can look at Iceland, I can look at New Zealand, I can look at a lot of those kind of countries, northern countries, and they have COVID issues just like us. But they close down their country again. They're making masks mandatory because they are doing what they need to do to stop the virus. So people in America have, I would say, ego because I don't wear a mask because I want to have a team.
Yeah, I mean Americans are too entitled.
Well, I think that mentality also bleeds into our government, which is why most people are like, no, I don't want to give them that kind of power. You know what I mean? And so it's this. You have two sides that are exactly the same and can't recognize that.
I agree.
So.
Like it's different. Japan started getting bad before the Olympics, but for like the first year of COVID, they had way less cases. But look at like the people, almost everyone in the country is not vaccinated. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Asian parts of the world were definitely way ahead of the curve because I know a lot of people there already wear masks, generally speaking.
Yeah, masks were already a thing. Like if you had just the flu or something.
Yeah.
a lot of people
Or
had
just a
it.
common
So,
cold.
yeah. And so I think in terms of that, I think like, and again, I'm a person that hates wearing a mask. Like, I hate wearing the mask. And I typically don't. Every now and then I will. Just kind of depends on the situation, where I'm going. I am more cognizant of like large crowds. So if I'm like, if someone's like, hey, let's go do this, I'm like, you know, how many people are going to be there? Going at different times to like the grocery store, going like later at night, I don't have to deal with as much of a crowd, and so I don't feel the need to wear a mask. But I recognize that if I'm going out to, like when I was in Vegas over the summer, I wore my mask everywhere. You know, I'm not walking past thousands of people and not going to wear a mask. That makes no sense to me, right? And so
My thing is, do you really trust anyone else to not do what they're supposed to do? It's like,
I mean, I don't trust other people to what I expect from people. No.
The fact that you can't like trust people, like your own fellow citizens, to do what they should do.
I mean, it probably is a problem, but I recognize. I don't expect people.
Is that what you're asking?
I don't trust people to worry about me. I don't trust them to think about me. What I do expect is them to think about themselves.
I mean, I do my best to think about other people.
You're a better man than me.
well, I mean, I use it for League of Legends. How many people can trust in League of Legends? Very few.
Terrible.
But no, you guys laugh. But COVID's a real life war situation. And you really think you trust people with that situation?
The thing is, COVID shouldn't be this bad. Is my whole point, is like this whole situation could have been avoided if the leadership of our country wasn't so fucking stupid. I have no other way of like you know, if we weren't so focused on pushing agendas and trying to get reelected in office, and we focused on the task at hand, which was, okay, let's make sure that we can't stop people from getting sick. Like there's going to be a portion of the population that got sick, but how can we slow it down, and how can we?
The entire point of the lockdown, the entire point of the mask is accepting the fact that people are going to get sick anyway, and they're trying to limit the amount of people that get sick at once, so the hospitals can actually deal with it.
Yeah, and I think they like with the initial. I think the way they went about the lockdown was not the best. I don't think it was the worst. I think it definitely could have been worse. I don't think it was the best though. I'm just very upset with the way that they communicated and presented news and information to people, which makes it, because the way they presented it was, it's not bad. Oh wait, it is bad. Oh wait, it's only bad to this age group. Oh wait, never mind, it's bad to this age group. And so you have a bunch of people that are like, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to do. And so you have half the population that's like, I'm just going to get the vaccine to get it because I don't know what they're saying. And then you have another part that's like, I'm not going to get the vaccine because I can't trust the news at all and the information that they're giving me. And so we've created a larger mess due to the poor communication from our leadership. I think it falls way more on the communication and the way that we presented the information than it did with whether we should lock down or not, you know? So, you know, I mean, ultimately, you know, it's hindsight, right? Like, we can't change what we did. We can only make the best decisions make the decisions that we feel is best for us and those that we are around moving forward. And I just hope that people are able to do their own research and can make the best decision for them given the research that they do on their own. Because, well, I know it's not going to happen because people are lazy, but you know, that is the absolute hope. But, and I think that is why people are like going to see so much volatility in the stock market and the economy in general, is because we made poor decisions, had poor communication, printed a ton of money, and then we have a lot of people that we're slowly getting back into work, but there's still a lot of people that aren't working, and you have a lot of places that are still trying to hire, and you still have a lot of places that, even though people are trying to get hired there, they're not responding to any of their applications, which is infuriating. Just feels like as a whole we have pretty poor leadership from the top down.
But it also relates to how people think. Like, and you say, oh, I I can use gaming as home. How why is gaming going to shit? Oh, because X, Y, Z. Because no one pays attention. Because no one gives a shit about gaming. So that's why Blizzard, that's why Ubisoft, that's why all these big companies are shit. Well, let's take that as real life examples.
Yeah. And it's funny. It goes beyond like parties. It's not even. It's not a left thing. It's not a right thing.
It's not a America thing. It's
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. It's like a. You know, which is funny because people will try and blame it on one side or the other, and yeah, both like there are aspects that you could blame it on, like yeah, I can see how that affected it or played a role in it, but for whatever reason, we can't accept the fact that as a whole, we as a country, we did not handle it very well.
Well, like my dad, the gym, half an hour coffee, he's seen just this morning or afternoon, 82 new cases of flu.
Jeez. I don't know.
But like, I'm not trying to weird. Well, that's what I tried to show weird, like, a year ago. I said, like, we can open the country, you might not agree with how they close. But, and you say, oh, all small businesses will get affected. Listen, who gives a shit? The economy can always be fixed.
Yeah.
People, the COVID, that's not gonna be fixed if we can't do it. And how, like, we can't close the country because people won't even agree with it. That should never be the case. That should, like...
Let's see. As of our city, our county, we have 55,000 total COVID cases. We have 822 deaths. So it's a small portion of people are dying, which is a really good thing. And we had 250 new cases on the 26th. So yesterday.
And my thing with this is, and this is what people realize, yeah, more people died from COVID, I mean, from Spanish flu than things. But we look at it, oh, how much medicine did they have back then? How much all that?
Right.
So, like, yeah, the numbers all going to be way worse or way better if they had medicine back then.
Right. I mean, even if I look all time, so
Yeah.
let's see. So yesterday in the U.S., we had 187,000 new cases. We have 38.6 million cases, and we have 635,000 deaths. So, I mean, I don't know what the numbers are on that, like what the percentages are there. I'm not good at math, and I'm not going to figure it out. But, I mean, it's not like COVID is the worst thing on the planet. It's not the most deadly disease or virus out there.
It's the infection rate.
Right. It's just everyone's getting infected, and what I find so nerve-wracking about COVID is that it affects so many different things, right? And so if you have any pre-existing conditions, whether you're aware of them or not, you've got to be concerned. Or if there's someone around you that has it, you've got to be concerned. And 5 years from now, this is probably going to be under control, right? And I'm just I recognize like history repeats itself, so this is in like another 100 years or something like that. This is probably going to happen, something similar to this. I just hope that between now and then, we learn, yeah, that we're just a little bit smarter in how we approach handling some kind of virus like this.
Yeah, but so if you look at the last 500 years, it's been a pandemic. Every 100 years. It's been a
Yeah.
pandemic.
Well, I mean, even
Yeah.
go ahead.
They just
Forget.
hope that people are gonna
Right.
be smarter next time, and they're not.
Yeah.
They know what's gonna be around.
Yeah. I mean, I caught swine flu when we had that small pandemic come through, right? And I remember like,
That wasn't significantly as bad.
yeah, it wasn't nearly as bad. I do remember people dying, and I remember catching it. Bro, like swine flu sucked. I felt horrible. It took me like a week and a half to get over it, and it probably took me about a month to a month and a half before I was like physically back to normal. And I saw today there was some on Facebook, there was a young man probably in his 20s who was in the hospital for 77 days fighting COVID. And I'm pretty sure it was the Delta variant. And so you just kind of like I think people forget that viruses they mutate and they're smart and they learn, and the same with bacteria, which is why like if you get a bacterial infection, the doctors do their very best to not give you the strongest bacterial
You don't want bacterial.
yeah
Fucking
Be-
yeah.
yeah right, you don't want that bacteria to mutate and become strong enough to handle the strongest. They only give it out if they absolutely have to. There's nothing else working. Like it's a life or death situation, because if that bacteria mutates and develops a resistance to it, we have nothing to fight it except your own immune system, which can fight it. But like I think people forget how strong viruses and bacteria are. I'm pretty sure bacteria is the strongest when you compare its ability to mutate and become resistant to things. Viruses just change their. I think viruses just change. I don't know. Let me not say something that I don't understand. But I've been told that bacteria is like the scariest out of everything that you can catch, because its ability to mutate and develop resistances, which is terrifying to think about. But I don't know, man.
What I missed?
We're talking about the basically how our government handled COVID and the shutdown and the economy. And I'm just
The question in your chat, or
I forget what brought it up. Oh, I saw the text message from Joel, and I was like talking about like that one guy getting rid of like 50% of his position. And I was like, well, I mean, we wouldn't have this much fear if, as a whole, the leadership of our government didn't communicate so poorly and execute so poorly on the way that we shut down. I do think the shutdown was necessary. I don't agree with how we did it, though. So, I don't know. I'm very interested in like the Delta variant versus the standard COVID variant. Like,
I guess it's a slight difference.
I think it's just more aggressive in terms of how it.
It's not as deadly as it's supposed to be.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Because the COVID is the same thing.
Yeah. I assume. I don't know.
I think it depends though, like on age bracket to an extent, because like with the first COVID, it was more deadly, but it seemed like it was more deadly for more elderly or more immune compromised. Now we're seeing with like, let's say the Delta variant, we're seeing a lot younger people die.
Yeah. I told Stephen and Ryan today. Heather saw a message on Facebook, I think, from one of the news outlets from Houston, saying that they had their first child death from COVID, the Delta variant. Who the child had no pre-existing illnesses or conditions. Like it was a completely healthy child. And so.
It scares me more than anything.
Yeah.
How I feel like no country really has complete control of other countries, obviously, because each country does its own thing. But the mutation of COVID compared to, like, let's say other diseases, it seems like they just keep making variants that would
Yeah.
screw with us for time and time again.
Well,
And I understand like how vaccines work. I understand how different variants work, but it just seems like COVID has the potential to make more variants quicker than our vaccines can handle, and that's what scares me.
Yeah.
Like it still can protect you to a certain extent, but I feel like the more I don't know, I'll have the doctors to answer that, but that's crazy.
well, it's literally just a new chicken.
I don't know. I think like I don't know. It's one of those things where like, and I think it also comes at I think another aspect of it that's really really hard to deal with is like the mental health aspect of it. Like no one can stay in their house like as long as like a lot of people were forced to stay inside their house the first lockdown. Like that's just not. I feel like that causes more harm than good. Now I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a professional, but even someone who likes being at home, who's a gamer, who enjoys spending time inside the house. After 2 weeks, I was like, I could see how this is difficult for somebody. I didn't mind too much, but like, I can see how it could start getting difficult. And then like to be in lockdown for 6 months, 8 months, I was like, there's no way. There's no way.
I feel like we're all emotionally traumatized in some way and talk about it because we've all kind of been through it together. So
Yeah.
it's one of those things where you just assume everyone's in the same spot. But I feel like so many people have struggled, and like you look at the suicide rate during the pandemic too, and like I understand like governments need to do certain things of what they think is like the best interest of people, but like I feel like the suicide rate was just never addressed or never looked at as like, hey, how many deaths are we getting in other areas besides COVID due to like protocols and things that haven't happened?
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Mental health is a big one.
I still feel like it plays like the biggest aspect of it was the communication. Like I think I will 100% always believe that if we had better communication and we weren't so focused on pushing agendas, we would have done a whole lot better as a country. Now I don't know about the whole world, and because we can't control what other countries do.
Because I'm going to use it as an example. We push our economy during COVID when it should be give a shit about our economy and try to fix the issue first. Then what?
Well, I think I think the scare was. I'm not an economist. I think the fear was like because we are the sole superpower of the world, which is interesting to think about. Like if our economy crashes, the world crashes.
Well, I mean, I can take New Zealand, I can take China, I can just take any country. Do you think small businesses there were hurting too?
I mean, I'm sure they were, but were they shut down
Yes.
completely?
And they were shut down.
I don't think that's a good idea. Like if the country was, we weren't there, so if they were paying them and allowing them to live, not giving them two $1,200 checks over the course of a year and a half or whatever it was, if they were sitting there paying them their salary and allowing them to function and live, then okay. I still don't agree with pumping that much money into the economy and printing that much money. I just don't agree with that. But that's better than giving somebody $2,400. Like, yeah, figure it out, which is what our country did.
It's hilarious too. I don't remember who said it, but yeah, we're the sole superpower in the world, and that's what we can bring to bear for this.
Well, the issue with capitalist societies, in my opinion, when it comes to like let's say a pandemic, especially with how many states we have, and just our federal government doesn't really have the powers to make changes happen in terms of like, hey, we need to shut down everything in every state everywhere. You have to have kind of states work together. With how diverse we are and like how no one listens to each other,
Right.
we kind of had the worst we had the worst chance at having unity to shut down or to stay open. But on top of that, you have to, with a capitalist system that we have, with how much stuff we make and how much we rely on like businesses, you have to keep that open. Like if
Yeah.
you close those, I don't think there's any amount of money that would make it right. Let alone like we didn't have a control on money before the whole pandemic happened.
Right.
So,
And so
how much
that's
money we gave people, I
Right.
don't know how much like those would have helped because like I would argue it just puts us in even a worse situation than we already were. And I feel like there's really no matter how much like quarterbacking we do after the fact, like watching tape, it could have been handled better, but I don't know necessarily what we can do with like the way our country's set up to really have done too much different.
right. And so I think that was like my whole point. Like it's great that other countries were in a position where they could shut down everything and everyone they could give money to everybody and I don't know if that's the case, but that they were able to survive. I'm basing my very uneducated opinion off of what I saw here in the U.S. and what I've experienced in the U.S. And go ahead.
What was that? I will argue the point. What was that? It was you, Oscar. Oh, America's a superpower. If other countries can, we should be able to do the same thing.
Yeah.
I
Qualify as a superpower.
I can't remember what it has something to do with, like our economy, with our military, So it's basically that. And
ends up giving $5 million to Israel. How that's easy to help people.
but and my point is my point wasn't to say that we're a superpower and so that like my point is saying is that like even though we are a superpower, I think that our like as Americans, our greed definitely plays a massive role in the decisions that we make. And so it wouldn't matter. I don't think it would matter how much money we are able to bring to the table. I don't see us making like doing anything different, even though I wish we would have done things differently, you know.
Did anyone say anything about, like, for example, I know I was talking about this with my chat, because a lot of them are from Europe, or a lot of them are UK based.
Yeah.
A lot of the countries in Europe are so small that they're like Texas could fit within like 10 different European nations as a single state. And how does that, like, I guess, affect people's ability to like make decisions? Because, like, let's say we have a state the size of, I don't know, what's one of the smaller states we have? Rhode Island?
Rhode Island.
Massachusetts.
Yeah, like, let's take one of those. Like,
Anyone from the Northeast?
We're doing like the size of France, basically. If you want to look at it.
okay, well, let's take that. What if that state was its own country? Like, how many people are we working with, and then like how much easier do you think it would be if you had like that kind of centralized power to like make decisions happen?
Yeah.
Because, like, in my opinion, it was, at least how I remember it, was one of those things where businesses were getting shut down. It was the 15 days to slow the spread or whatever, and then after 15 days, we really had no solutions. I feel like we just kind of delayed the inevitable. Then people are like, I gotta make money unless you're giving me money, and they're like, oh, we'll give you money. Just not yet. Wait for it.
Yeah. There was.
People were just like, I need to provide. I need to do something.
There was a gym out of I think New Jersey that I followed, and they basically they were like, we're following all the COVID protocols to make sure that our gym is safe for people to come in, because we can't stop running our business. Well, we don't make enough money, and you guys aren't giving us enough money. And I think this is my point to you, Ryan, since you were asking, like, talking about other countries shutting down everybody. They were following all the protocols to stay safe. Every night they would have a cleaning crew come out. They would sanitize everything. They'd clean everything. They kept track of how many people were in the gym and how many people were allowed to be in the gym. They were cleaning everything after everyone worked out. Like every hour they were going in and like doing a sanitized clean, and then they would do a deep clean every night, right? And he was like, the government, they basically boarded up our doors. They took them to court. They sued the government, or the mayor, and I don't know what that falls under, but they basically took them to court and were fining them hundreds of thousands of dollars, money that he doesn't have, he and his partner do not have. And watching this man who was like, he's like, it's not about whether or not you can and get sick, or whether or not COVID is deadly or not. He was like, based off of and this was for, original COVID-19. He was like, based off of the information that we have currently, it doesn't affect the younger people. It doesn't affect people who are healthy as bad as it does those that are unhealthy and older. And he was like, and the other part is the money aspect of like, we cannot survive if we are not open and working. And he was like, I don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars to pay them fine. He's like, I'm not paying the fine. And because of that, it added up to more fines and more fines. And so, again, it's one of those things where like, if you have the ability to you're going to shut down all businesses. I think it's one thing, like if you're Walmart has nothing to worry about. Amazon, they don't have anything to worry about, right? They're financially set. They're okay. They're going to make it. Thriving. And if they have a strong online business. But when you talk about a gym that is based off physically having to go in and be there, and you're a family-owned business or something like that, that's where I see issues and problems, and where I wish as a country, or even by state, we would have addressed the situation differently.
Well, I agree with you, but again, like I've been saying the last couple of years with COVID, every country dealt with that. So it's not America, we need to do this because we're suffering.
Well, I think we're making the same point that like yes, every country did things differently than we did, and they did better, and that's like my point. Like we should have done things differently to do better, so we didn't have a situation where you have half the country arguing and fighting about the lockdown and not closing and this and that and the other. I think we're arguing the same point of like,
I don't know.
you know.
Does anybody think we had a good response? Because I don't think I've heard a single person from like any.
No, I don't think I've.
I think we did pretty good. There's people.
I haven't heard that once from anybody. Like, oh, dude, the way we handled it.
I think if you analyze. No, I was just gonna say, Ryan, if we take like let's say, whether you want to say it's Trump or just the government in general, the idea of the 15 days of slow spread and then the information that we were trying to like be open to the public nonstop for those first 15 days, I think that was a good idea and I think that was done correctly. But it was very clear after those 15 days, they had no idea what they were gonna do, and we didn't know enough about COVID to really get an understanding of like how badly it was gonna affect everything.
I'm really interested.
How do you guys think Biden is doing relative to Trump
To be honest,
And
I
what
think
sense?
Trump's.
and COVID?
I think Trump did a better job. I just don't like the fact that Trump talked. Like Trump should have shut up. If he would have just been quiet and let his team around him talk, I think he would have been viewed as a much better president. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't been paying much attention to Biden recently, if I'm being honest with you. I'm not happy with how he's executed getting our troops out of, or just our Americans out of Kabul. I'm not really happy with that, if I'm being honest with you. And I've listened to a few people that are so. And I'm a civilian, right? You're a civilian. If you talk to soldiers are like, no, we shouldn't be leaving. From what I've seen, from the few videos that I've seen, they're like, we shouldn't be leaving. That's how bad the Taliban is. And so that's really interesting for me to hear, because as a civilian, I've always been like, why are we fighting? Why are we there? We should not be there. And then you talk to someone who's a soldier, or you know the one or two videos that I've seen, they're like, I don't know why we're leaving. It's stupid that we're leaving. So it's very interesting how that played out. But
I think the issue with Trump when he went to COVID. So, if you didn't know this, he actually got vaccinated. He was one of the first people to get vaccinated, and he was actually saying like, "Hey, you need to get vaccinated." Then he tweeted this one tweet. There's a girl troll, like kind of trolling, in a sense, and then idiots. So like, yeah, Trump said this and this, and that's been made it a political kind of thing. And then people are like, oh, I hate Trump, so I hear what he says. But even though
Yeah,
he
that was
saying,
my problem. It's like people were like, oh, my political party that I support said this about the vaccine,
Yeah.
therefore I'll get it or I won't. Or blah blah blah.
Can I get my honest take on like just specifically COVID with like the both of them, or like time and everything? So my issue as someone who like really doesn't have like a specific party I will vote for, or like very specific things that I really truly believe in outside like a couple issues, I more want to like collect information, make sure I'm the most informed possible, and making tough decisions. So when it came to COVID, like I said, like that first 15 days of slow spread was something I really appreciated, because as everything was shut down, as nothing was open, I could go on TV and see like, hey, they're looking at these cases, they're giving us updates about this, they're always going to be talking to the press, there's updates what's going on. Obviously they're going to try to spin things for politics, but I thought we had a good idea. And then after that, it started becoming like a little bit all over the place in terms of like what's the next step. I think in terms of like dealing with states, when it came to like helping states out with hospitals, making sure they had equipment, it was very easy for the federal government to kind of like step in, or it was very easy to have bipartisanship and be like, hey, New York needs stuff right now. Yeah, we can do that. Don't worry about it. Hey, Florida needs stuff right now. Yeah, don't worry about it. We can do it. But after that kind of happened, after like the initial, like I would say that first wave,
Yeah.
once like hospitalizations slowed down a little bit, or like we got more under control, we literally were hitting re-election season at the same time. So as we were dealing with the pandemic, we also had elections coming up. So it was one of those things where people were campaigning, and Biden specifically, along with Kamala and almost all the Democrat candidates, when they were talking about the vaccine, I'm gonna not play both sides on this, but I'm gonna like give both perspectives. They both were answering as in terms of they didn't know how developed the vaccines were. They weren't sitting in meetings. they weren't like in the rooms that Trump and these doctors were, so they had no clue what they were talking about. So of course they're going to be hesitant and be like, well, if Trump's going to try to rush something to get it through to say it's his vaccine, I'm not going to trust it. I'm not going to be the first in line to take it. Absolutely no way. But in the same sense, if you're looking at people to build trust in the vaccine, they weren't really helping at all build trust in that vaccine until they then got into office. Clearly Trump lost. So to most people, it's clearly Trump lost. Correlation is really ridiculous, but that's another story. I think that transition was the really hard part, because when you're in an election season, you essentially will say whatever you think is the best thing to get you elected, rather than what you think is most important. And if that would have happened, let's say, outside of an election season, I think the way the vaccine would have been viewed, or like the way it would have went down, would have been a little bit different. I don't know how it would have been different in terms of, like, let's say if Joe Biden was in office before the pandemic happened, and then the pandemic happened under Joe. I do think, however, there's a lot of times where it was so easy to throw like blame on Trump for everything that it became a little bit too commonplace to do that. So now under the Biden administration, they are kind of stuck because they have to, and if they don't perform to certain standards, so for example, the goal was to get a certain percent of the population vaccinated, right? He wanted bipartisanship, he wanted unity across not only politics but like the people. But what comes with that is people who are not going to want to get vaccinated. So what do you do in that case? You call them names, you say they're losers, you say that they're dumb for not getting it. How do you persuade people to potentially get it? I don't think there's an easy way to do it, but I just don't think he was as prepared to deal with the hesitancy or the politics or the drama that he helped create with the vaccine hesitancy, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Overall, I think in terms of his ability to speed up it going to certain states, or anyone who needed anything from the federal government to get specific things, I think he's done a fairly good job with that. Other things, it's a different story, but like COVID, I think he's done as much as he can now. It's up to individual people whether or not they want to get their individual states, and politics are going to speak.
I'm really interested in the idea that, like, what would happen if, rather than, like, if we shut down again, shut down everything, you shut down small businesses, okay, you did that. Like, rather than printing out money and sending like $1,200 checks, like, what if instead you sent like a 21-day survival kit or something like that? Like, okay, we will provide you with all the food you need. You know, we'll Rainbow Toad, what's up, man? We'll take away. You know, you don't have to pay bills for this month, right?
I would say
And-
that would not be good.
I disagree with that.
But I'm just saying, I'm hypothetically speaking, like, what if you did? I'm talking about from a virus spreading perspective. I don't agree with like stopping bills or like paying, but like or not having money flowing through the system.
Your objective is to
But
like remove people's incentive to travel, basically.
yes, so we'll provide you with everything, and for 3 weeks, just stay in your home. I'm interested in like what would happen with the COVID cases. Like if people were to like, would COVID be a thing anymore? Like, I'm just interested. You know what I mean? I don't think that's a good plan. But my idea is just like, you know, what if you'd stopped?
That get you to think out to the box. But here's one thing. How would that depend on a person who's overweight and eats too much? Or how do you deal with people who have more health issues than others?
I mean, honestly, if you're overweight, like let's say you're 50 pounds overweight, you have enough body fat. Like if you ate all your food, I can tell you can go 21 days without eating. You're gonna be fine. That's assuming you ate all the food in 21 days. Yeah, it sucked, but you'd be fine.
Well, what's the thing too? So what if you have like someone who's a celiac and
Yeah.
lactose intolerant?
That makes
All of
sense.
the kind of like unique conditions. Where,
Right.
You know?
I think the interesting thing is like, I think even in that situation, like if we sent out a survey or something like that, it would be, you know, I think there's options around. But I'm just curious. Like, it was just one of those things where I was like, you know, if we spent 21 days inside, no one left their house, would COVID still be a thing? You know?
Oh no, it would. That what would the initial shutdown was supposed to do.
But
A big
the issue with that is if every single person in the world did that for the same 21 days,
Right.
then we could be somewhere.
Yeah, then we could be somewhere. It was one of those things that like popped up in my head. Like, it's a stupid idea. It's such a stupid idea, but we could just get rid of COVID let's just get the whole world on the same page. Let's just do that.
Has there ever been What's do you think like the issue or the thing that's gotten the world most on the same page? The only thing I can think of is like sport of soccer, football, whatever you want to call it. Being like people like that, that's the only thing I think most of the
Yeah.
world is agree on.
Yeah.
Climate change. Only two countries is China and America because we pieces of shit.
Well, I can't deny that. What games do you play right now? Let's see. How are you? I'm doing well, Rainbow Toad. I'm doing real well. We're having deep conversations about the idiocy of our own country. So,
We would never have deep conversations.
yeah. I don't know, man. It's such a weird. I think the funny thing is like you don't ever think about being in situations like this, and then you get into this kind of situation and you truly understand how poorly run our country is, and we're considered a superpower, and you're just like, what the hell? What?
Well, what's crazy is like it seems like the best response you can have to your government in terms of like
Rainbow Toad, is Toad your favorite character?
To a certain extent rely on them as least as possible. That's so hard when so many things like are dependent on what the government says.
Right.
If you make a decision that affects your life, you might not have a business. So it's like how the heck do you go about that? But like at the same time too, like the reason we have a government and we have resources is to help people who are in need.
Yeah.
If they are not able to help people in need, whether in our country or other countries for different reasons,
Yeah.
what's the point of us having a government? What are they helping us with? And
I know, Rainbow Toad.
the balance of that and figuring out.
This is what I do when I play Minecraft. I jump in Discord with the boys and we just have a great time. Wait, Alex is your favorite character? Who's that?
We all need to start a Minecraft server IRL in the United States, where we all just have.
Bro, imagine 30 of us just running up to a tree and punching it. People are like, what the hell is happening? Oh, we're Minecrafting right now. I'm sorry.
Those TikToks with like NBA YoungBoy music with and then it's like it'll be like solid dirt, and they'll just start like punching the dirt instead of like using a shovel. I just see that same way with just like,
Yeah.
I'll be on that game time.
Minecraft Alex. Wait, who's Minecraft? Who's Minecraft Alex?
Alex,
I don't know who that is.
who plays Minecraft?
So how did Toad become your favorite character? I think Toad is a cool character, but I think Yoshi is probably my favorite Mario character, or Luigi. I love the fact like Luigi slept on. Homie's a beast. Did you know the guy who does Mario's voice also does Luigi's voice?
He does like
Wait,
most
really?
of the voices.
Yeah. He does a lot of the voices. Crazy, right?
He
Yeah.
does Toads, he does
I didn't know he did Toads. I knew that he did Mario and Luigi's, but I could see him doing multiple characters.
he does Yoshi, I believe
That's crazy. Yeah, Yoshi's voice is cool. I just like Yoshi in general. He's a cool character. You going to AFK? All right, I respect it. Why do I like?
They'll love you.
Wait, why do I like Yoshi so much?
Come on, bro.
I like the aspect that he shoots his tongue out always. Like I think that's hilarious, and then he can also take powers from whatever he like eats, from certain things that he eats.
Is he an excellent character for you?
Stop. Stop. Wow. Wow. Ah, jeez, dude. Wait, what? I told you not to do it. You hate to see it, bro. I told you. I was like, you shouldn't do it because you know what's going to happen. He was like, I
If
know.
you wanna play ranked, you gotta be consistent. You lose games, you win games. As long as you have over a 50% win rate, you'll climb.
That's how I feel about.
If you're like gonna have an attitude where it's quite negative towards one game, like you
Oof.
shouldn't be playing ranked. You should just play norms. It doesn't matter at that point. You know what I mean?
I respect that.
That's why I don't play it ranked, because I don't play enough of the game to have that consistency. So I'll play a couple of games and it will be insanely inconsistent. Like
Yeah.
I'll lose those games. That's just super demoralizing.
That's how I feel.
Like, oh, I'll just play more tomorrow. I'll play more next day, and I'm sure I'll find out.
That's how I feel about you guys being in my stream. I just figure, you guys should be consistently.
Yeah.
Oh, I just figured I'd throw that out there. Ah!
Steven,
What?
Do you think with like, so for example, if we took the United States and it came to like trusting the government, if you took all the people who like, let's say, like the United States but don't necessarily trust the government, but don't want to drastically change and just kind of want to control their lives, do you think that compared to, let's say, more socialist as people who want more government control but don't trust our current government, what do you think is more likely, that like our current system will slowly over time get overthrown or change, or do you think it will be more likely to stay the same to the point where it's just kind of always what it is now?
I think our current system is nearly unsustainable, actually.
You know what I think? You know what I think?
What do you
I think freedom is situationally good. It's situationally good because
Ooh,
it'd
interesting.
be good if, well, I say it kind of fails if it's running in a society of fucking idiots. You know what I mean?
I agree.
And
communism is the way to
freedom,
go.
I mean,
Freedom?
I don't care either way. What I'm saying is that if freedom is to be implemented in a society, it should be implemented in a society that is well educated. And I mean, that is a completely other argument entirely. But I mean, that's kind of what it is.
Ooh, now you're talking about education system, which is.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've talked about it
Oof.
before, I'm sure.
And do you think freedom
you know
is
my thoughts.
overrated?
Oh God, yeah. Well, yeah. I think freedom is 100% overrated. It depends. Like I was saying, like if you're in a country that has freedom that is full of fucking idiots, yes, it's bad. It's very bad because you get nothing done. There is no progress at all. If you were to run under some sort of like a more governmental controlled society, then sure, being in a country full of idiots doesn't matter because the government is what's running the show, and they will, whether or not, it might not be, they might not have amazing ideas or anything like that, but like at least there's progress, at least something's happening, something's getting done.
I don't.
Whether or not there's more stable society, that's a different matter, because remember, if it's a society full of idiots, there's going to be lots of complaints and lots of rioting. Even the intelligent people will do that too. Not saying they won't.
Interesting
Yeah.
take.
So I think
Well,
we
how
should
to
just all crash and burn.
I feel like part of the U.S.'s problem right now is that freedom is like a super primary focus instead of like a secondary focus. Like,
It's that,
does that
and
make sense?
it's very like
Yeah.
I feel like this country is extremely patriotic, almost unnecessarily patriotic.
100%.
And I think having a patriotic nature is almost like detrimental and almost egotistical of a society, and it really doesn't help much. It kind of just says, oh, we're the best. Oh, we gotta bring everything to us. We're gonna do everything ourselves. Thinking that narrow-mindedly doesn't help our situation. It doesn't help. We have to like broaden our perspective, broaden our avenues of approaching situations, right? So
Yeah.
like patriotism itself, yeah, doesn't help at all. So
The issue with, I think, freedom in the United States moving forward is when it comes to like freedom. I think freedom, like you said, in the hands of like people who understand like what freedom means, have intelligence to the point where like they can make informed decisions. And typically, if you have an informed decision, if you're presented all the information, you think you're making the best decision possible, that could be a beneficial thing. But the issue we're going to run into is we're getting sources of information from vastly different places now, and we can't even trust the information we're getting, whether it's from like the news we're watching, commentators we're watching, friends we talk to, where it's like everyone's living in different universes, to where it's like no one knows what to trust anymore. Like it just
Right.
seems like it's all going to continue falling apart no matter what it is, whether we have freedoms or not, because how can you have a society that's stable when no one can agree on the definitions of anything or like what the current state of things are?
I mean, true. Like, I think trust is definitely a thing that should be there. But the thing is, like, with society, like, there are tons of sources, like you were saying, that people can reach out and take for what they see, whatever. But, you know, if there were more governmental control, I'm sure that would be mitigated. However, you know, in terms of trust, like, that really isn't much of a liberty that people can afford at that point. Like, if the government, you know, is streamlining things and they're doing things on their own, and, you know, all these news sources are, you know, getting eradicated to like one single thing, if that even makes any sense.
I mean, it's, you can just look at China. That's what happens. You know, they
Right, like, you know,
if whatever they say is what the news is, and so you,
Whether it's right or wrong.
yeah, whether it's right or wrong.
Right,
So which is the problem with that.
yeah, at that point, you know, it doesn't really matter whether you trust it or not.
All right, so
It's just-
I mean, the simple solution is we fix our education system and we somehow get rid of all the idiots.
yeah,
I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's look.
Not wrong.
honestly, that kind of has to go through in a more authoritarian.
Look, I'm not saying it's yeah, it's not going to be pretty. All right, it's going to be a bloodbath,
It's
but
not going to be pretty, and I 100% know that this is never going to happen.
yeah.
It's fun to talk about, sure, but it's not happening.
Yeah.
Just straight up. Like,
So you.
we're ourselves with our system, and we're not going to fix it. So,
I don't know though. I mean, you have so many examples in history of people being kind of sick of their government's shit in a way, and like deciding to overthrow them, overrule them, and try to come up with something else.
yeah.
I just hope I'm not here during that day. I just want to kind of enjoy my video games and my wife and my family.
But you can't do that because you games are going to shit because of the government.
Yeah,
You
they're,
know what you're saying?
they're gonna be like, "Why aren't you fighting?" Minecraft? The fuck? What do you mean? Is that even a question?
Technology.
I guess if society were to change drastically for whatever reason, it'd be kind of sad because then I wouldn't see all those funny idiots on TV talking about shit.
Yeah.
You know, there's that entertainment aspect.
I do, like, my brother asked me, like, when we had the, like, World War III scare, my brother was like, yo, they might bring back the draft. And I was like, okay, I don't think they're going to, but just for the sake of talking about it, sure. He was like, well, are you going to go? I was like, look, if my country recruits me to go fight for my country, that I'm going to go fight. Despite how I may feel about how stupid our country is sometimes, I'm going to go fight for my country.
Yeah, I mean, if
You know.
someone else is going to oppress you unless you would agree with their ideals. for
Right.
fucking
And, yeah, like if it's our country's, if it's the U.S. idea to do certain things, then I might agree. But if someone comes knocking on our door and is like, "Hey, y'all got to start doing this," and they're like, "There's bullets flying," I'm like, "Well, hold up, dog. Nah, not on our front door."
Depends on their
yeah,
motives.
yeah,
They could be fucking Hitler and we could be Jews, and at that point, like, shit, like, we need to fight.
Yeah,
because
I'm
we're gonna get shit on.
yeah, I'm fighting.
Kind of thing.
Right. It definitely depends on what happens. He was like, "Really? I'm scared of fighting." I was like, "Dude, I'm not. Yeah, I'm scared of going to war too. There's a reason I didn't join the military. I don't want to go."
If it's like a liberating thing,
Yeah.
I think that's a different thing.
And I was like, "But if push comes to shove, and I'm called, and I have to defend my country because it's a way of life or death kind of situation. Yeah, I'm picking up a gun. I'm gonna learn how to shoot it, and I'm gonna pray to God or whoever's upstairs that I don't get hit in the head with a flying bullet."
I
And-
mean, you would go out.
Alright, so wait, I have something I want to bring up.
Yeah, yeah.
So we kind of mentioned how like the U.S. seems to be in this perpetual state of like no progress ever.
Right.
I
Depends
think
on what progress is.
I think the reason for that is kind of like the U.S.'s stance on almost worshipping freedom to a degree, where it's like every point is valid, therefore we can't make any progress because oh god, what if we invalidated some poor fuck's point, and like we just can't move forward on anything.
Yeah.
The Constitution is the Bible, apparently. So.
Yeah.
I would say in terms of progress, if we're having a discussion of progress in general with, let's say, countries as a whole, like where a country starts and where it ends up, or like any nation or any like civilization from like start to end, whether it collapses or whether it thrives. I think an important thing in terms of like whether something progresses or not is if it stands the test of time. Because I would argue there's certain things that people might view as progress, but others would view that as going backwards. Would you agree with that?
Hey, the
Like,
Roman
not
Empire was
every-
up for a good millennia, so.
So
I have
my friend talked about like no, never mind. Finish. I'll
No, I was just gonna say because this is, I have like a joke off of this, but like not everything is progress. Like part of our country thinks like progress in our nation would be to have it be more socialist. So if that's the case, as a joke here, if the Taliban are taking over Afghanistan right now, why don't we just pay back the people who killed our troops, go back in there, win it back over, and we make it like a socialist country and just have like as an experiment to see how that does compared to the United States.
Mm.
It's like
The
how
issue
Oh.
with that is a
About love.
national conference with countries, so that would not be.
we make it a new country. It's not the United States, it's Afghanistan. We just
It's-
essentially take it over and make it its own place.
Socialist Afghanistan.
We built
Socialist
a wall around it.
Afghanistan.
Away from the
Oh
rest of the
my.
Middle East. It's its own continent. We cut holes all around it and put water, new pathways.
Yeah,
and
we
make
could call
a
it
new continent.
Utopia. The lost city of Atlantis.
Literally, Utopia.
Yeah, can we reset the land? Is that a thing? Remember what we did with Japan?
Oh my gosh.
So like on a bigger scale?
Reset the land.
Is that bad?
Holy crap, dog.
Load up some Minecraft jumps.
So
China.
so you were talking about progress, right? You were talking about progress earlier, and like my friend had talked about he talked about like the Roman Empire and how they reached a point like when you're at the very top, where do you go? You know what I mean? Like there's no direction, right? Like when we first became a country, we knew exactly what we didn't want to be, and we were not at the top. But now that we're at the top, we're in the top 3 if you want to consider Russia and China somewhere in there. Like, where do we go? What are we trying to achieve? That's it.
But the
Nobody laid that out in the holy document. You asked that is the Constitution for whatever reason. They didn't lay that out.
Yeah, that's my point. They just knew, we just knew that we didn't want to be like
Yeah.
the UK, right? And
That's the entire purpose of that document. Which is cool.
Isn't that like the goal of everyone? Is just not to be the. Can we all agree? That's like just to not be.
They have
But here's an interesting question. Who labeled us the best countries? Look at history. We were never one of the best countries ever.
Dude, we don't make the top 100 list.
Yeah, and any category. It's like,
no, we just have a strong military. But my point is like, where do we go? Like no one can like no one can like.
It's not a question for philosophy.
Yeah, I think so. That's my point. Is like, we talk about progress and like, why aren't we progressing? Well, it's like, well, where are we? What are we supposed to progress to? Like, what's the next step, right?
Yeah, right. I mean, it depends on the value.
Right. And then like, why are we? I don't think we're the best. I love like the U.S. I mean, I love the U.S. I don't want to live anywhere else. I don't want to be a part of any other country. I don't agree with a lot of the things that we do sometimes, but I love the U.S. I am proud of my country. However, like, it's not like we're not going to go, like, no one's going to come invade us. They can't do it. It's practically impossible. Yeah, they could try. No, they could try. They're not going to. It's
They would invade us. Canada.
you even if China and Russia work together, if you look at where our bases are mapped out, it's because they would have to land and create some kind of dock system in order for them to get their tanks and stuff here. Like, it's practically impossible. It's damn near impossible.
say that we our government has been hacked so many times, like 17 years.
It doesn't matter if we get hacked. I am telling you, it is geography, like from a geography standpoint, it is practically impossible to invade the U.S.
When the southern Arkansas man
Okay.
Half in Alaska.
Okay.
They would have to come through Alaska, and even if they did come through Alaska, they'd have to go through Canada, and so they're.
I guess look at something. Capital got banned over literally last year, but like
But that's yes, our capital got our yes, they were already here. That's my point. That's the point. That I'm trying, they can't. We're not talking about people that live here in America and can walk 5 minutes to the capital. We are talking about an entire country trying to invade, and you're talking about financially, can they keep up, and how long can they keep up? And the only place that makes sense to even try and invade here would be through Alaska, where we have bases stationed, and then they have to go through another country in order to get here. And so they're going to be either they get the permission, and even if they get the permission to come here, you got to look at from a geography standpoint, like how terrible it is to try and drive tanks through the north part of the U.S. Like that would be horrible. Yeah, that would fucking suck. Have you ever?
Chains on their tires to get anywhere.
Have you ever seen the Truckers show? Truckers in Alaska, or whatever the hell it's called. Yeah, that's some bullshit. And then you're gonna try and do that with a tank? Fuck no. There's no way, bro. There's no way someone's going to invade the U.S. It doesn't make sense. The only way that you could take out the U.S. would be nuking us. And if you nuke us, we're just gonna like. We're gonna nuke back.
We're all fucked.
Yeah.
Big reset button right there.
And this is what I tried to say during the COVID time. You guys are putting America up on a statue that
I'm not though. I think America's fucking dog shit.
Wait, hold on. To bring us back on track a little bit, because I know you just had a question there, Ryan, and we can answer that in a second. But like history, if we're looking at like let's say the size of the United States compared to like let's say Europe. If we're looking at wars that happened in the past, wars take time. There's things that lead up to war. There's a bunch of different factors, whether or not the United States would get invaded or what that would look like or what would start, like, let's say, a war to where fights would be happening in the United States to the extent that they did in, like, a World War II around the world. I think there's a lot of different pieces that happen, but slowly throughout time you see things progress to that. So if something would ever happen here, I think we would slowly see things rather than like the way we read in history where it seems like it all happened in a day because we read it in a day in a history class. But back to like what Ryan was saying. Ryan, what was your question again?
well, my thing is that we've been attacked several times as a country. So I feel like no one
When
can
was
ever
the last
pick.
time that we were attacked like within modern air power?
9/11 was the only one, but like my point isn't that we can't be attacked. My point isn't the fact that we can't be. And I not once did I say that the U.S. is perfect. I said I don't agree. I love my country. I do. I love my country, but I don't agree with everything that we do. I think we oftentimes are just stupid. But I said that we can't be invaded. We can be attacked. But to do a full-on invasion of the U.S. is practically impossible. The same with like someone trying to invade Russia. Like anyone that has ever invaded, like anyone that has ever invaded Russia, yes, you can walk onto the land. You could probably develop a dock, but we cannot. We don't have the resources or the knowledge to handle their winters. And so we're gonna go out there and try and fight them, and winter's gonna come, and we're gonna get absolutely shit on. And so that was my point of like. We're not going to get invaded. The only way that the U.S. falls is going to be internally, or someone nukes us and then we nuke back and we just we just split the world in half, and so then we all just die.
I vote for number 2.
Yeah, just make.
Time-wise, is this before or after all the billionaires have died?
Oh, this is definitely going to be after. Yeah.
Mostly on different planets. we can live on.
Yeah, no, this is definitely after.
Like, what happens when we colonize Mars? How's that gonna work?
But I've thought about that so many times. Like, is it going to be like a UK, US kind of thing? It's just Earth and Mars now, like after 100 years.
We just call it Earth and Mars.
Yeah.
Border shit.
Yeah. This border shit. Like we're taking a trip to Mars.
Earth and then like North Korea or something.
Yeah, I just got my planetary freaking what is it called? I can't even think of the name right now. What's the ID that you need to travel to different countries? Passport, thank you. Golly, I couldn't think of it.
Can I ask you guys a question? Because I'm kind of curious. On
Absolutely not. Don't you dare. Yeah, you go ahead and ask. Yeah.
Whether like so, Ryan's question like made me think a lot because I think that's true that like a lot of people let's say hold the United States as standard like it's the greatest thing ever. I think two things can be true where it's like you really appreciate a country, you love living here. You can acknowledge it's not perfect and things can change. But I think in terms of like a majority of people who have lived in the United States throughout history, especially if they're starting to have families, if they have a job they're trying to progress in, if they're in school, they're doing all these things. You see, like, at the college age, when people don't necessarily know exactly what they want to do yet, or they have the free time in a college to kind of, like, let's say, protest certain things or have certain things they're strongly believing in that they think would be a better future. But
Right.
at some point, I feel like a lot of people hit the time where they start having families, they start moving up through their jobs, and they realize they're like, hey, I don't really want to do anything too drastic that's going to change my life. We can slowly make things a little better throughout the rest of my life. That's great, but I kind of want to worry more about like my family's success and slowly build this up, rather than worry about like the whole world or like the whole nation
Right.
as a whole. And I don't know when that happens for people, but I, in my head at least, I'm starting to see myself that way a little bit, where it's like I had that period in college where I was like, what do I believe in? How can we best help? And I got relatively political, but now I'm like, hey, I'm kind of stepping back a little bit in politics. I'm realizing, hey, what do I need to do to be successful for like a family? And
Right.
progress that family, because ultimately that's what most of us will have the most control over, is our family.
I do think that, like, there are probably, like, if I really looked at it, I'm sure I could find a handful of countries that I would like to live in, that I could see myself raising a family in. But I think Reed hit it like the nail on the head, that, like, yes, I do love my country. I love where I come from. I'm very proud to be an American. I do disagree with some of the things, some of the actions that we I guess take. And I think that we could, as a country, we could definitely do better in that regard. And I don't want, like, if anyone talks to me about the U.S. that's not from the U.S., I'm not going to sit here and act like we're not arrogant, that we're not greedy, because we are. And I'm not going to act like we're not, like, a majority, like half of us are like proud to be Americans, because I think half of the country is very proud of that. But I'm also not going to say that, like, we don't have our own flaws, like we don't fuck up, because there's, like, it does no good pretending that we're something that we're not. So if I ever made it sound like I was putting the U.S. on a pedestal, that was not my intention, because
It's not you exactly. I'm saying our society does.
Okay, yeah. I think I definitely I think our society does. I agree with that. It's very weird.
The way you said that it's like in college you had like this activism phase, and then the way you put it, it's like, yeah, and then you grew up and real life set in, and therefore you're not like an activist anymore. You don't like care necessarily.
Well, it's not necessarily that people don't care. It's, I think people, no matter where they live, you only know. This is my thing with relationships. If you have a high school relationship, you might think that's the love of your life and the only person in the world for you. But until you experience more of that world, you're not going to know that world. So a lot of times people break up with their high school relationships, or they realize there's more out there, or find something that they truly like do enjoy outside of their hometown, and they're like, oh, I want to build up a life for this. Or like, let's say for example, the history of the United States. Let's say you came from a area where you didn't really learn so much about the negatives of the United States history, but now you're in some history classes in colleges where you get exposed to that. And it seems like kind of like people with religion, to a certain extent, they grow up in a religious household and they get to experience something else. It's like you lose your whole identity and your whole life was a lie. It starts making you question everything, or you start looking for more answers. You go down this path of like, there has to be something better than this. And then slowly, as your activism fails, or slowly as you're not seeing the results you want, or you're seeing incremental change rather than like absolute quick change, you get to a point where people tend to give up. They might still do little things here or there, but you hit a point where you like accept things for how they are and realize you're better off trying to control the things in your life rather than trying to control other people, and try to get to a point where you can make change happen on that.
What you're saying is, like, your priorities change, right? Like, you go from like having the free time, like, when you're in college, I guess, okay, the transition from high school to college is I have a crap ton more free time. I'm not spending 8 hours a day inside of 4 different classrooms. And so I think that's step number one. And then you go from that to, okay, now I'm starting my career. I still have some free time, right? Like, I'm 23, still have a little bit of free time, but it's not nearly as much as I did prior. And then you get married and you have a kid. You have kids if that's something that you're into, or you get married and you progress in your career, and the amount of time that you can spend arguing with people about what you believe versus what they believe begins to dwindle. And you recognize that if you're going to the way to create the most impact is not through voting or putting one person in office. That is an aspect of it, but I think the biggest way to contribute to the overall health of your country is focusing on what you can do for the community that you work in, or live in, or operate in.
And two, think about like when I say what you can actually change. Think about it from a family perspective.
Yeah.
If you have family that can relatively get along when you hang out certain holidays and you're trying to have a good time at Thanksgiving, you know, like the typical stereotype of like the college kid coming back and roasting their grandparents for being racist. You're not going to completely change your grandparents' view on anything when they've lived their whole life a certain way.
Right.
And it's better to probably just enjoy their presence in the last years they have left and like hear their life stories, see how things were different back then compared to nowadays. Because a lot of times too, you get to a point where I think we look at our family and think like, oh, I would be completely different than them. When in reality, we're going to hit an age when we're grandparents and we're going to have grandchildren who look at us and they're like, what the hell do you believe in?
Right.
This is completely different than what we do, or it's a completely different time, and they're going to look at us like we're crazy. And it's just one of those things where there's like unwritten rules in families when it comes to like politics or that, where it's like you don't want to talk about it. Not necessarily because people shouldn't have conversations, but I think in terms of the damage it does or the negatives that come from it compared to the positives that could actually come from like trying to explain why communism might be a good idea to your grandpa who fought in some war, doesn't really make like a good use of it.
Right.
Beneficial.
Yeah.
Like, pick your battles. Pick your battles.
Yeah. Perspective can be a mother sucker.
Yep, but again too, if someone doesn't vision themselves having a family, that's where my like filter thing comes in. So if you don't picture yourself having a family, your next closest thing might be your community around you. How can you community or causes around you? And then the less structure you have around you in terms of like people who rely on you or people you want to help, the further out you tend to go.
Right. I think people also realize that like as the older you get, the more you realize that like the majority of the population sits in the middle and isn't like there are aspects that are far left or other aspects that are far left, but as a general rule, most of us agree on the same thing. You know, like this shouldn't have happened, this shouldn't have happened, we should have done this better, we should have done that better.
People, if you cherry pick people, just go and randomize. So
Yeah.
Pick rank people from like super capitalist societies and super like socialist communist even societies. You'll find that they agree on a lot of shit too.
Yeah.
It's the government.
Yeah, the government's different, and so I think it's so like when I hear someone who is far left or far right, I hear them argue about something. I'm like how do you wholeheartedly believe in every aspect of what they do? That makes no sense to me. And not that I think they're bad for that. I'm just like I can't wrap my head around that. You know, like there's.
It's like the same thing how Hitler believing Jews cause everything bad and people.
I mean, I still don't get it. I mean, I guess.
I don't believe it itself.
You know, I'm just like I guess I don't know. I've ran into a few Jewish people and they've been awesome. So I don't know what like how you wake up and you're like this group of people should die or this is the only way to fix this and that. I don't know. It's so interesting to think about.
I would use an example like the KKK.
Ayana, what's up? How are you?
White people had
I think I said your name right. I hope I did.
50s. Well, yeah, they might have issues. They might lose their jobs occasionally.
Right.
But you think black people were the reason they lost their jobs?
Right. I doubt it. I think there's quite a few reasons as to why they lost their jobs, which is the thing. But it becomes. I think it's just so it's so easy to blame. Others. It's so much easier to. It's no one wants to take responsibility. Like, why should I take responsibility? They did this. It's like, no, you contributed to that, But it's so much easier to just blame others, which is it's saddening because then you see people suffer and you watch people suffer and you're like, why are we here? What happened? How did we get here? You know what I mean?
I mean, I won't bring this up. That's the issue with like feminism nowadays. It's like they want to act like victims, but then like they put themselves in such a
Yeah, I think there are, in terms of like being a feminist, I think there are definitely portions, the issues. Yeah, there's definitely important issues that need to be addressed. I agree with that. Let's see. I'm decent. Oh boy, Wheeze. Ayana, did I pronounce your name right? Ayana? Ayana?
I blame my dad for my problems. I think a lot of us do.
No, me and you are you blame your sister.
Facts.
Do I blame you? No.
You blame your papa for your problems. I definitely have. There are aspects of me that I take from my father that I look at and I'm like, darn, I really wish I wasn't like that. And then there are aspects of my mom that I take after, and I'm like, geez, dude, why is this a thing?
The coolest thing about family, though, and like this is one of the things I've like learned to value more and more over time, is like all the changes you're looking for or like want to make. You can look at family generation by generation, kind of like we were just talking about at holidays.
Yeah.
How when you see family, you really do see how things change over time. It might not be the fastest thing in the world, but it's like if you go.
I got it the first time. Sick. Okay. Awesome.
To grandparents, to our parents.
So you used to play Minecraft. What do you play now?
You see the things they valued as family, or the society they grew up in, or like the things that technology at the time, sports, all these different things, and you slowly see like what then they gave to their, and what the children picked up from that, and then what they wanted to change.
Right.
And then you now have this ability to kind of pick and choose what you think is going to be valuable, or what you think is not going to be valuable.
Is that Dream Minecraft real? 100%. It's
It's
exactly. It's so real.
Depending on what you do,
We just out here dreaming. You feel me?
that is yours. Someone who looks like you and
Animal Jam. I've never played that. What is that about?
So sorry for trying to say science is the one that should focus at.
I don't think that's. I think people should. I feel like, dude, 100% religion and science can live hand in hand. They can be, like, if you want to believe so. Like, the Big Bang Theory. That is, they know that for a fact that happened. But who's to say that, in my opinion, God didn't snap his fingers and make it happen? Like, you can make it work. So the whole idea that, like, this, though I'm very interested.
Well, I'm agnostic.
I've
I'm not an atheist.
right.
Well, I mean, I always said the same example as Oscar. So in geology, we look at the world being 4.6 billion years old.
Yeah.
The Bible says it's 4,000 years old.
And that's when it.
The Bible's fake.
And that's why, like, that's one of my issues with the Bible, right? Like, I asked the question of, like, I was in a let's see, I'm forced to play mobile games because I have no computer. Mobile games have come a long way. It's a game like Club Penguin. Oh, that's dope. Rest in peace, Club Penguin. Can we just take a moment of silence? Hold on. Okay, thank you. Amen. So, like, with me, one of my big issues with the Bible is the fact that it's not written by God. It was godly inspired, and humans aren't perfect, and so that's one of the things that I've always had an issue with. And then you have the aspect of, like, let me think here. What's another aspect? I'm trying to think here. Like, I was in a Bible study one time, and I remember asking the leaders of the study. I was like, so we recently got information that there's possibly aliens that are real. And I was like, so what's the answer there? What happens if aliens are real? What, the Bible says nothing about that. And, like, how do we, like, what am I supposed to believe there? Because as far as we know, based off the Bible, that humans are the only thing that God has created outside of, like, animals in the world, right? But however, I guess on the flip side is, like, as someone who does believe in a God and does believe in God, trying to limit him to only creating us and not having, like, side projects and stuff would be irrational as well. So I don't know, it's one of those, like, weird things of, like, yes, we know that the world, the universe is this old, and the Bible says that, you know, the universe is so and so old. I don't know. It's I don't know.
the hard thing with any religion.
It's an educational MMORPG that doesn't cram stuff down your throat.
Individual for information, to then reflection on what should
The Bible has so many contradictions. There are a lot, and that's what.
than someone else. And then if you ask them why they did that, they might have certain reasons, whether someone else told
That's
them.
what makes the Bible so
If they
interesting to
look
me.
at the Bible or they look at a different book, that might be limited to what it says in there, where it's maybe not the full picture. Essentially, what you get to is if you trace that far enough back, something happened for some reason. Trace it back before that. And do that over and over.
Yeah.
And you get to the question, what started that all? How
Right.
did that happen? How did this thing get to this thing get to this thing? And religion, science, everything tries to explain it. And it's one of those things where, at least in my head, the way I view it is like, even with the Big Bang and things like that, for something to be created, I see it as there has to be some sort of creator. So whether someone's
Right.
a certain religion or agnostic, whether they don't know what to believe, or if they're atheists, where they don't believe in anything at all, what do you consider that creator thing to be then that would have created something? Because how is it that something could come from nothing?
My thing is like if you think about physics and what we know about it, like if the Big Bang Theory is real, like I don't know a lot about physics, but I know that there has to be something has to happen in order for something to happen, right? Like it doesn't just happen out of nowhere. So if it's not the God, then what is it that caused that? Something's out there. Is my point. That is the point that I make. Cause like, it doesn't. If it's not God, then it's not God. If what I believe turns out to be false and I die and it's just some black void, then that's what it ends up being. But I think it's one of those things where like I think for me emotionally and mentally, I have to be able to believe in something because I can't believe in the fact that like just something randomly happened for no reason.
And here's the thing though, and I think this is the most important thing that when it comes to religions for people,
Yeah.
is whether or not people are like, let's say correct. Like let's say with the Quran, let's say the Quran's correct and the Bible is wrong for the sake of this argument. If you're living a life in correlation,
This must have taken so much work. Yeah, I have over 160 hours.
I don't know what word you use, but let's use like completeness.
Imagine having a netherite hoe. I don't even have netherite armor, but
You're living a
so this hoe I made netherite and named it Marley because my cat died about a month and a half ago, and so and we always called her a hoe because she loved spending time outside with all the other cats outside, and so we just said she got around. So you have an interesting name for my pick. What's up? Because right now it's called the Gobblestone instead of Cobblestone. But let me show you the let me show you the actual base here. So I'm replacing all the glass over there. You can kind of see it, like I'm going down about that far. And I'll remove all the sand, and then I'm going to grid out the entire ocean and drain it.
As a way to push politics, to push wars, to push negative.
I'm happy with the base. It's taken a long time, but I'm happy with it. Definitely have a long ways to go, though. Nose picker. Let me write that down. That's hilarious. Nose picker. We will make another pickaxe called Nose Picker because I have a bunch of diamonds that I have it mined up that are in that are down there somewhere. So
I want to know who wrote this, the reason they wrote it, the lesson that comes from it. I want to understand that the Bible has different books that have different sort of categories. Like some of it's poetry, some of it's like life lessons. What's meant to be told? What's important? What does this mean compared to this? And like that's the thing with like the Old Testament versus like the New Testament. You see a lot of the Old Testament stuff where you see God's rule or like what was moral, what was not moral. But then you go to the New Testament, if you truly do believe Jesus died for your sins, you are saved from that. So what does that mean for your life? And then kind of read more into it and look, okay. Some people might take that as I don't need to do anything else, I'm good. Other people might take that as now they have a calling, maybe try to spread that to community and be the best person possible. And they see Jesus as the best example of that. Therefore, they might go give to the poor in their neighborhood, or they might take care of those around them.
Yeah.
Housing, food, and things like that. I believe there's so much beautifulness that can come from that, where you don't necessarily need to believe in the Bible for that to happen. But I think what's negative is automatically either 100% believe in it without questioning it, or 100% denying it without looking into it.
I think I
There
I
has to be
agree with
some
that.
in between.
I like so. Let's see. What was I like after the one vine? Only a spoonful for an iron shovel. We'll do that here in a bit. That's pretty funny.
Can I say one thing real quick before?
Yeah.
I just want to end my thought. Because like I saw this in the book I was reading the other day too, and it like really made me understand what my faith is a little more. My goal as a Christian, I'm practicing my faith,
Yeah.
is to not make you a Christian. It's supposed to love you. That's like my ultimate thing.
Right.
Whether or not you want to do that, it's your decision.
Right.
I shouldn't be the one forcing you to do that. Like,
Yeah.
I want to live my life the way I want to live it.
Yeah.
And I want to love on you as if you were my brother or sister.
Right.
I truly believe. So I'm going to keep doing it. I just hope people will love me.
Yeah. I think what's super important, like, I question a lot of a lot of things that happen in the Bible, but I think from a morality standpoint, and I'm sure this can be said for every, like, religion-based book, right? Holy book, whatever you want to call them. Like, from a morality standpoint, there's some good things that are said, and that I think from just overall being a decent human, you can take from, whether you believe in the afterlife or the whole book. For me, the Bible serves as a good guideline in terms of like how I should act and live my life. You know, even though I don't always meet, I guess, the expectations that I have set for myself based off the Bible, right? And then I think one of the biggest factors in terms of like me and like why I struggle so hard with like religion and like I guess church as a whole is like, number one, religion doesn't have a good history of doing things very well. Like, you know what I mean? Like with mass murders and forcing people to believe certain things. I just don't agree with that. And so for me, religion just doesn't sit well with me in terms of that. However, and then on the flip side is like people that act, the way that people act in church versus the way that they act outside of church is completely different. And that includes me. Like there are times where I just don't act the same way. I act a little bit different. I try not to, because I think that's what pushes so many people away from following what they believe or following a faith, or at least giving it a try, is because they run into someone who claims to be a Christian or claims to be Jewish, and they get... Go ahead. What?
Is there anyone else not here?
Yeah.
Steven, are you trying to talk about?
Steven.
He deafened himself.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard Dan say something.
Oh, was it Dan? I thought that was...
Oh, okay. So, and so I think that's like where I struggle with like church and religion is like, I don't want to, I don't like religion. Like being a Christian doesn't mean all that much to me, but in terms of like when people ask, yes, I'm a Christian, because then they can kind of they're like, okay, so I know what you practice, I guess, or what you follow. I just want to be like, I want to believe in something, and for me, that is Jesus, God, the Bible, and practice, I think, like what is said in the Bible to the best of my ability, right?
Even if you look back to biblical times and you use that for example of like Christians,
Right.
the people who maybe had the strongest faith possible, or you would consider the closest people to Jesus, his disciples,
Yeah.
ultimately on the time of his death or when he was getting arrested, abandoned him, didn't
Right.
believe in him.
Right.
So if those people who saw him in person, believed all his miracles that he did, saw it for their own eyes, were there for him, still couldn't have enough faith to like proclaim him as the Son of God, and were amazed when he rose from the dead,
Yeah.
to their accounts, that's crazy to me. But on top of that, like I heard a good sermon where someone mentioned like when it comes to religion compared to faith, if you're putting your faith in a church or in people, and not God in that sense, you're ultimately going to get let down, because
Right.
you're putting people to the standard of a God where you can't live up to.
Right.
Nobody is a God, whether that's a Christian God, a Muslim God, whatever it is, whatever God is to you. If you believe in this like ultimate creator that created the universe, I can't think of a single individual here on earth right now that could live up to that standard.
Yeah.
I think I was a slime.
Hey, dude, that's a good show. That's a good anime, by the way.
Dan, what were you gonna say?
Oh, my dad came in.
Oh.
Xbox that he wants to sell. Like he hasn't even opened it yet.
Man, I don't know. It's just I genuinely don't care what you believe. Just treat people well, and you know whatever you want to believe.
Everyone has their life.
Yeah, no,
Except for stupid people like
except for Oh yeah, except for stupid people. I'll keep that in mind.
I kind of view it as like friendships too, because like if you think about it, like, for example, Christian perspective. If you're a Christian, you see a non-Christian. Let's say for the sake of this argument, they're not following anything.
Right.
Let's say they're atheist. You might feel called or feel like it would be a benefit for their life if they saw a similar faith as you did, or like could experience that. You maybe think it would be a benefit. Kind of like a friendship. If you
It's a pretty.
want to do what's best for them, that's awesome.
That
A
sun
lot
is
of
so
times
pretty.
People see things differently, or what might be best for you is not best for them.
Right.
For example, the way Scotty goes about like practicing his faith or how he sees his faith is different from mine. So no matter how much I think something might benefit him or he might enjoy it,
Yeah.
ultimately it comes down to whether or not he wants to do it and like how he's gonna reciprocate what he gives me. It's different for me. Same way he does music, same way I do music, same way other people do sports. Compared to me, I love soccer. Some people love American football. It ultimately is up to them in the end, but you
Bro.
hit it right on the head when it comes to like loving on the people around you, or just generally like caring about the people around you, and like even if you do follow a religion, and let's say you're the most extreme of your religion,
Yeah.
you should. If there's any group of people who love the most, and I saw TikTok on this Christians, it's like if you're a Christian, and you're praying for like let's say the Afghan people, you should also be praying for the Taliban, because wouldn't you want the Taliban to change their ways? Because
Right.
they're such horrible people. It's like, do you not care enough for the Taliban, or think they're beyond saving, or
Well,
beyond
even in
finding something better than what they're doing?
right, even in the Bible, it says you know, if you have even if you have the faith to move a mountain, but you don't have love, then you don't like you have nothing. And so I think it just shows the importance of relationships and loving people. You know, even if you don't believe in the Bible, you don't believe in any religion, but just know that like loving people is powerful, despite what they look like, what they may believe, versus what you look like and what you may believe. Welcome back, Ayana.
I mentioned the book I'm reading right now, right? It goes into the heart of Jesus and what the heart of Jesus means, and it's collection of agnostics, atheists, Christians, philosophers, a bunch of different people talking about like from what the Bible says.
Ayana, what are you eating? I'm curious. I love food, so
What is his heart?
what did we
How does
eat?
that-
You can't come in here and say that you ate and not tell me what you've eaten.
Like, believe it or not, I think it's very interesting to see how like they're all essentially in agreement like, of the heart of Jesus.
Right.
how would you?
The heart is, you know, what's so crazy to me? Like, your heart can make or break you.
Yes.
You know, if you hold a lot of hate and anger inside your heart, you're going to be a hateful, angry individual. You know, if you are a loving, caring person, and you know that despite your hardships, things will work out. I think you find the ability to forgive and love. Ham and cheese, ooh, delicious. It's super interesting.
Wait,
Go ahead.
you were in this deep, good conversation. You go ham and cheese.
Well, I asked. I didn't. Yeah, Ayana. She said that. I'm assuming you're she. I shouldn't assume. I'm sorry. Nonetheless, Ayana said that they were eating. So I don't know what to say in this situation now. I mean, we're.
Ayana, I'm Mumblely, by the way. If you hear my voice right now, and this is me.
This is me. I'm the one. I'm the only. Yeah. In a Discord full of degenerates.
Contemplate our very existence
Yes.
and want to go to a world that might
Yeah.
make our pain of everyday life.
like.
Yeah, we visit a world full of blocks. Coming to a theater near you, summer 2022. Place, dig. A Minecraft adventure. Yo, that's kind of... that wasn't bad. That wasn't... Hey, look, I'm just saying, I could probably voice a trailer for a movie.
Minecraft is a really interesting idea of a game on how people perceive value. The vanilla version. If you take away like the servers where you're playing with other people and you take away like money incentives and things like that.
Yeah.
In like an MCMMO based sense, you just strictly take vanilla, what you're playing right now. How you choose to go about making a world.
Yeah.
Makes you want to continue to go into it, play it, and find objectives outside of just strictly beating the game.
Yeah.
By like the Ender Dragon, I find it really interesting to see what people value and how they choose to go. That blows my mind. How you see people build these like beautiful buildings. Some people will just mine all day. Others will pour.
Yeah.
Start farms.
I don't know. I've never thought about that, actually. Go ahead, Ryan.
I would say like Minecraft was based off of creativity.
Yeah.
People who rush to beat the game. Sorry, they had the most creativity possible.
I definitely find that, like, I was definitely a person who didn't have the patience initially to start, like, mega builds like this when I first started playing. And I think as I've gotten older and I find value in, I think a lot of it stems from, like, the value that I find in being able to talk to you guys on a day-to-day basis. I don't think... Wait, is that a drowned? That is a drowned. Ow! Let me go kill him. Hold on. I don't think that I would be in the same situation if I didn't have you guys to talk to on a day-to-day basis. All right.
I know I'm making life amazing.
Heck yeah. Okay, there's 2 drowned, but they don't have a trident. What kind of shenanigans is this? Minecraft, you bugging, bro. Okay.
ONG related,
Oh, there's a ship over here. I have to have checked that, right?
So that's why I say you ask you every day. You should be involved with 1,000 things.
What? Yeah, I've already checked that. I need a trident.
No, you need bees.
Outside of like religion and politics, I'm trying to think of what other places this is in. I don't know what the correct way to word this would be, but like what I've noticed, at least from a philosophical standpoint,
Yeah.
is I think the biggest thing when it comes to religion and politics, how it's so hard for people to have conversations about it, or why people these conversations are saying, hey, don't bring this up, is because it's 2 of the easiest ways to other somebody, where it's like you put it automatically in a box, or like you're talking about this as a definitive thing, and if they're not in there, they automatically feel like they have to either prove their existence is worth it, or like prove what they believe is like, to a certain extent, like we're comparing religions, right?
Right.
If we're talking about Christianity and someone's Muslim, they're gonna instantly be like, oh, what the hell? Like, now I gotta like defend that I'm a Muslim, or like you have to go down that route. Politics is like a similar thing where you might be talking about something, you make it political. If you believe something else, or like you don't believe in what they're saying, it's like, they're building like this whole premise through this. It's hard to have a conversation.
Right.
I'm curious what like other areas people do that in.
Well, I mean, you can use it, we as exhibit you said 2 days ago. Like, when we had the issue with selfie, I had no issue, you had no issue, but like, the group felt odd about selfie. And you said to me, oh, you had the conversation with him. It's like, Brian was like outside a lot of time. And it's like,
Alright, let's go back down. Dude, I have so much more glass to place, and I'm actually not bored at all. I'm having so much... Ooh, that's not good. Be a man, I'm trying.
play something.
Are orca whales black?
Yeah.
And
I think there's orca whales I saw a TikTok on, where they're like one of the most dangerous creatures in the ocean, because them, like humans, like, so they're okay with humans because they, I guess, yes, similar to themselves. But like when they're in the ocean, like I saw a video where there was a stingray, and these creatures would just go by the stingray, and they would swim past it, but then take their tail and just launch the stingray into the air, like slap it in half almost, just kick it with their tail, and they just do that over and over until it's dead, and then they would just let it sink to the bottom instead of eating it because they just wanted to show it they could do it, or like they'd like chase seals, and they'd decapitate the seal and then just let it sit on shore because they just wanted to prove that it's stronger. Or like they'll go up to a shark and they'll just destroy the shark just to prove that like that will
Hey, killer whales are the most dangerous
Yeah.
thing in
They're killer whales. And the thing is, like, killer whales are also incredibly smart.
but they are mammals.
Yeah, so they're incredibly smart. They're incredibly powerful creatures, and yeah, I know that they also like do this thing where they slap their tails to like it sends like they basically stun their prey, which is also terrifying to think about that they're slapping the water with their tail hard enough to stun an animal. That is crazy to me.
You know what scares me the most about the world?
What?
Out of like space is a whole different thing, like potential to aliens. What creeps me out is like how much we've actually discovered of our oceans and how much is still undiscovered.
Yeah,
and how much
we know more about
So,
space than we do about our own oceans. That's terrifying.
It blows my mind because there's so much life probably down there of things we haven't even discovered yet.
Yep.
That if we discovered would just be insane.
Well, I don't know if you've seen the Shark Week episode where they had put a tracker on this massive great white shark, huge great white shark, and it basically and so what ended up happening, like one day it ended up plummeting like 800 feet into the ocean, and like the Mariana Trench somewhere, and then its temperature skyrocketed, and they're like the only way that can happen is if it's inside another animal. So there was an animal basically big enough to eat it in one bite and swallow it whole, is like basically what we think happened, which is terrifying to think about. Wait, what's still alive?
A megalodon.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe there's. Well, the thing is, the further down you go in the ocean, how it works with the water pressure is that the animals that live down there just get like massive compared to like their iterations that are above,
Right.
like in higher areas.
Yeah.
There's like a giant squid and etc.
So, with the pressure, is that something you can adapt to over time? Like, if you, I know if you like swim too quickly down or up, it can kill you or like severely hurt you because of like your change of pressure. But like, if you're an animal, if you live like let's say in a certain area down there or like a certain pressure range, would you like slowly just go down over time and adapt to your surroundings?
I mean, that's how most.
Theoretically, but I'm
No.
also not an expert.
Well, I mean, that's how most animals live. Like, there's a lot of sponges that used to live 10 million ago, but we find them in the deep oceans.
Yeah, they know.
They were,
They recognize that near the surface there's a lot of bullshit going on, so they're just like, screw this. I'm gonna go to a place where they can't touch me.
there's so many big shrimps in the ocean. God, they're like 2 feet long.
Dude, what is happening here? Thank you. Ugh, it's irritating.
You know what I hope they do with Minecraft?
What?
I hope as like the game continues to grow, I hope they continue to grow oceans to the point where they make them so
Have you?
actually so big that they add so much more like species and stuff into the end.
Oh, okay. I was like, do you not remember the original massive oceans? And like you would like, yeah, if you ever hit an ocean biome, you just would sail for like days and days on end. But have you seen the new update for like the caves and the mountains?
I don't know if it's the new update or what update it is. Could you explain?
So basically, they're making so right now, the cave or like going into a cave, the furthest down that you can go is Y level 1, right? 0, and then it's bedrock. Now it's Y level negative like 120 or something like that, and then it's bedrock. And so you have these massive caverns and caves, and then like the mountains are going to be huge. Like, and this comes out in December, so
They increased the skybox to
yeah.
build up higher.
Yeah, so like the update 1.18 whenever it drops is going to be absolutely delicious.
See, like,
Delicious.
that sounds good in theory, but let's be honest. Let's take right now those pets are
Yeah, I think the aspect, like what's interesting about it though, is not necessarily the opportunity to build from 120 a negative 120 to whatever the 200 sky limit is. I don't think that's it. I think it's we have caves right now that are practically useless. Like you go in there, you mine, but people don't really mine. What do? They go and strip mine. So there's no incentive to go down into the caves. And so now you have these massive caves that you also have like lush caves as well, so you can get rare blocks and rare plants. And then you also have the new boss basically that's coming, that even with netherite armor, full netherite armor will two-shot you. And
Is Minecraft World considered on Earth?
No.
that's a question I don't have an answer to.
Earth, there it is.
And flat
You're stupid.
It's called-
Because the question I had off of that.
Well, no, technically it's not a flat Earth, because if you look at the sun, it rises and it sets.
Oh.
but that
Mhm.
doesn't define it as flat.
I wonder one day if they'll ever, like, let's say add, like, you can build like a rocket ship or something. You can like go to a new Minecraft world. Like you can build your way out of here and essentially find like a additional Minecraft world.
I mean, kids in mods, but
Yeah, you can do it in mods, but like I wonder if that would ever be implemented.
Oh no, because there's a border limit. It's like 1 million to the one. Like it's impossible to reach the end, but there is a border, an end of the
They
world.
should add-
What?
You know how they have the Nether,
Yeah,
and that's like pretty much like hellish, kind of.
yeah.
They should add the opposite. They should add a heaven.
Ooh,
they could.
ooh.
it's called the A's though, but they don't want to add that because it's a mod pack.
What?
Do they
Selfish.
Ever add things that are off a mod? Like are there ever any
Yeah.
mods that people love with like, hey,
Yeah, Pistons.
Pistons and
I'll be back. I need to pee.
They don't want to add it because it's a mod? Who the fuck cares? They have the rights to the game. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
they don't want to admit that someone else had a brilliant idea. That's really what it comes down to.
Dude, I just wanted the game. Fuck
I
you.
mean, that's like Nintendo. They don't want to put games on computers because they don't want like.
Oh my lord, why is this so hard? Oh
Why
my
are
goodness.
people like this? Just fucking do it. Who cares?
Just do it.
I blame
Oh wow.
And it all stems back to the old US.
Yeah, hey guys, just got back. What up, guys?
We talked about religion, we talked about Minecraft, we talked about how terrifying the deep ocean is. Yeah, no, you missed a lot. Welcome back, loser. That reminds me of like Bueller. Bueller. It's such a good movie. Has anyone seen Bueller?
Yeah, my dad made me watch it back in the day.
Thank God. Did you say thank you?
Movie, huh?
Ferris Bueller's Day
Oh yeah.
Passed the test.
And I feel like that fits with your personality. You're like, yes, I need a day off.
totally bring phasmophobia.
Probably, yeah.
Dude, I was having so much fun watching you guys play phasmophobia.
Bum, 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 bam, 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 bam. I need to take a break. I've been sitting at this computer for 2.5 hours. I need to use the restroom.
Okay.
I might log on.
What the heck?
Oh.
I don't. That's not. What? That's.
Sir,
Wow.
sir, excuse me.
I need you to relax, cuz.
Are you telling me to tell me the character that Steven told me I act like is to calm down?
Yeah, you gotta relax with that one.
I made a robot apparently.
Yeah, this is I told him he was like back up, but this is a Dread 8 stream.
Oh, my nose, dude. Dude, we're at 4 likes. We're almost at the like goal.
What's your goal?
5.
5?
Yeah. I'll probably just end up
My goal is to have
What's
it
your goal?
5 likes. I'm at 4.
5 likes. Is that like per day?
Yeah, per stream that I do, I try to set it to 5. I mean, as I get larger, I'll probably set it higher and higher.
Set it to 5,000.
I would have to stream all day, every day for probably 7 months.
Ah, please.
I mean, let's see. If I'm getting 5 likes every 2.5 hours,
Don't hurt your head, please.
yeah. Wait, did you just get back and miss the whole conversation? Yeah, so you missed the whole conversation. I'm not proud of the 5 likes in 2.5 hours.
We solved all life's problems.
Yeah, we did.
Scotty, what were you doing that was so important that you missed out on our super amazing
His
conversation?
girlfriend.
I mean,
If you didn't know that's what Scotty was doing, then are you really his friend?
Anytime he says he's doing something, that's
well,
code
no.
word
He
for
said
it.
something important. There's only one important thing in his life.
Yeah.
Scotty, that answer's gonna change, though.
Homie was getting real loose.
One day you're not gonna have a girlfriend, you're gonna have a fiance, then a wife.
And a dog.
You better keep changing that
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah, it's gonna go from I was having sex to I was making love.
I don't see Scotty ever saying that, actually.
I don't know. He may not ever say it, but that's what's happening. See?
I guess we're just not that important.
Yeah.
I don't
That-
I don't think you guys could handle Scotty's emotion when he's alone. Like when he actually opens up and has talks or expresses his feelings, it's the weirdest shit in the world.
I've only seen it once. and
It's thoroughly enjoyable. What are you talking about? I enjoyed it.
It's enjoyable, but you're like, are you good, bro?
Yeah, no, I was like, what drugs did you take this morning?
No. My question is why don't you talk like this more often? I enjoy this, Scotty.
Like, I missed something he said.
No, we were just no. I don't know how we got on that topic, but it's a great Scotty. It's a human Scotty.
Yeah.
A human. And I honestly believe that it's a stronger Scotty. Despite how you may feel about it, which either way I respect how you feel about it. I'm not going to not respect you, but I do believe when you're more open and it doesn't have to be with us. It's just in general. If you're more open, you're definitely stronger. I feel like I don't know why the standard is. Maybe this is the standard for everybody. I feel like for men it's like having to be these hard, emotionless, and that's so not like it's and it's something I'm decent at, but it's not. It's so not fun to have to bear that weight. Yeah, I mean, I have a coach for a dad, so.
I mean, my dad tells me I would die I would be one of the first people to die during the zombie apocalypse.
That's tough. No, we wouldn't let that happen, Ryan. I don't know exactly where you live, but you know I'm coming.
No, you know where I live. I tell you this every day.
Oh yeah. But I don't know exactly, exactly. I don't have like your address. I know where you live, but that's different from having.
Oscar.
Yeah, that's.
You say that, but I act like one. So
You
they would
blend
never
in, yeah.
You're right, Dan.
Well, yeah, you act like one. Like your running speed,
Did-
is walking speed.
What's up, Dan?
There's zombie apocalypse happens.
Yeah.
I don't think we'd ever see each other or speak to each other again. Right? You imagine?
Dan, you're close enough that you're
Hmm.
part of my zombie
You got
fanatic group.
Texas.
Yeah, I'm in.
Texas is like
I feel like you're
across
the
the
only one that
country.
I'll be honest. Like I'm probably in one of the safer areas because everybody and their mama, like the whole South. Y'all just come on down here. Just make your way down here slowly.
Yeah, I need to go hit Lake Zurich before I'm good for zombie apocalypse.
Cause
Why?
My old neighbor has 4,000 rounds of fucking old U.S. style like AK-47 rounds.
Hmm.
World War II.
I bet it was zombie apocalypse back then.
I mean, because like I look at like how many I've shot my brother-in-law's rifle. Like I've
Shot
seen.
your brother-in-law?
No, I've shot his rifle.
Don't admit this on stream.
I've never shot him. Why? No reason to shoot him. Though at my wedding, he said if I ever hurt his sister, he'd shoot me. And I was like, all right, well that's kind of yeah. I was like, that's it's kind of expected, but whatever. So I just kind of looked at him like, alright. No.
That's nice. Next week.
Yeah.
I feel like every man's thought of some sort of zombie plan to do if the world ever could. School shooter. Like those are the three where I feel like most people. And like, yeah, I have some sort of idea of what I do.
You're not a man if you haven't thought of a zombie apocalypse plan.
Just saying.
Most people, I feel like most people think of it at some point. Though,
Yeah,
right?
bro.
Like, have you guys ever sat in class?
Yeah.
And you say there, and you're like, if a school shooter did come in right now, what would I do? I always had like a plan of like I would women and children in the corner of the room.
I was always the logical one that was like, I'm hiding under a desk. What is this gonna do?
Nah, I'm just like, these fuck out. That window looks like it could be open.
And then
I'll leave them to their own devices.
I also always thought I was like, what person?
Well, let's go through me, so I can just sit there.
Well, I always thought like, what person walks into a school with a gun and looks at the dark room with like the lights turned off and isn't like, I know you're in there because I've been in the school system.
Right. I know how these go.
Yeah, like that's.
There's a TikTok I saw yesterday that was a school, and there's a guy sitting in class, and he's this kid, and they're going over like, all right, class, we're gonna prepare today if there's a school shooter. And the silent kid starts pulling out his notebook and taking notes. He's like, wait, so you're saying if there's a school shooter, you would turn the lights off and close the door, still be in here? Interesting. And then one of the other students is like, miss, whatever. He's literally writing this down. He's very detail oriented. Give him a break. He has a gun.
Dude, I don't know. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Have fun, bye.
Thanks. I'll be right back, stream. It's gonna take me like
We gave him
3 minutes. Not to pee, but I gotta grab water as well.
Like the character from Zelda, them in the toilet.
and live in the toilet? Why?
You never played Legend of Zelda?
Ryan, I don't understand the things you say sometimes.
How do you?
Then be offended. Nothing happens. Have you seen that comedian act? Oh my god. I gotta find it.
Oscar's level 77. Minecraft.
That
Is
high.
there a max level for your XP bar? Fine, you know. Maybe 100 or 99.
It was 100 on console, but I haven't played Minecraft in like ever.
There's really no reason to have it though, because like the higher you go up, the harder it is
Yeah.
to get your experience. I mean your gear higher, and it peaks at 30. So you really don't want to.
Oh yeah. Here. Watch this.
Yeah, did we talk about emotions since Scotty just left?
There.
No, he's in the chat. channel growth in the past, for viewership in the past month has been up like 90%.
Well, he's been very consistent.
Yeah.
Consistency is key.
Like he's probably gonna double his total viewership from yesterday to today. I already see it like compounding. I wish YouTube did a better job of separating streams from videos though. That comes up with feed. I wish they would automatically have like a section for it.
I don't go on YouTube for streams though. I go on Twitch for streams.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. At least the marketing behind it. When the second you start coming to YouTube for streams is the second I'm happy with YouTube streams. Because like you're the kind of person I want to make that transition or have an easy way to find me. And if you can't, that's a problem.
Because I go on Twitch mostly because I don't really care to watch people live that often. So like my schedule just doesn't really work. So I just catch like the backlog. And I like the Twitch backlog and the way that that's done and whatnot.
Have you ever seen a YouTube backlog?
I haven't really checked. YouTube doesn't push streams, so nobody streams on YouTube that I like, care about really.
You should check out one of Oscar's backlogs and see. Just like, I know at least mine, I don't know if you have chat after the fact, so like while you're watching along with like the past stream, you can see like all the interactions all the time, but then they'll also like show up as a video too where you can have like new comments and
Like I used to watch a lot of people that would like upload Twitch streams to YouTube,
yeah.
just because it's convenient because YouTube has like autoplay.
Autoplay makes YouTubers so much money. Like imagine having thousands of videos on your channel. Someone has like their whole channel autoplay. And slowly get it.
I mean, literally. So I used to watch like a guy that was streaming a whole bunch of Civ, and he has I think 7,000 Civ videos on his channel. And I just went through and watched like fucking 1,000 of them over the
I'm
course of
curious.
like a couple years of college.
Are you? Do you have a second? Or are you like in what?
I mean, I don't need to focus if that's the
Okay.
problem.
Either on your phone or on your if you have one near you. Try. I'm curious to see how you would find a YouTube live stream you yourself. Like if you would go to a certain game without me telling you anything, how would you navigate that?
Alright, let's do. Since they just updated it, I would do something along the lines of like go to YouTube.
Here, I'm gonna.
Compare live streams. I can't even find one, to be completely honest with you.
Okay, so you just type in Legends of Runeterra and you put.
I just typed up Legends, Runeterra Legends.
Okay. You see where it says filters?
Yeah.
If you click that, there should be a section in there under features where it says what.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing. I've been on
Yep.
YouTube for over a decade.
But look at this. I don't know what shows up for you. There shows 2 people stream this thing for you.
Yeah.
Well, like, here's an even better one. I mean, look up Legends of Runeterra again, but put a hashtag in front of it and put the Legends of Runeterra and see what pops up.
Alright, do what?
Look up Legends of Runeterra again, but put it all together and put a hashtag in front of it. So hashtag Legends of Runeterra. Let me know if when you hit search on that, if there's a hashtag that pops up on the top.
I mean, hashtag Legends of Runeterra gives you something.
Yeah.
Not the
Does it show you 28K videos and 2.4K channels? If you click on that like hashtag then?
Yeah.
Okay. They might implement something in here where they might show live videos in here.
I'll be
I'm not sure
honest.
how they're gonna do it.
What
It's so hard.
they're having me do is super confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. It has so much room for growth. Like for you to stream on YouTube, you have to actively already be like a content creator, and your channel needs to know you stream to
Yeah,
have
like,
any
I
sort
don't-
of chance.
I don't want to do whatever that was ever again. Like,
Yeah.
And that's what I say to Oscar though one day. Twitch has so much easier ways to find
It does, but it essentially limits your growth.
Holy cow.
Now, if you're putting yourself in one category when you know you can't be found, that's your own fault though.
So, let me ask you a question. If Oscar would play Minecraft on Twitch
Yeah.
and do like the same schedule, the same amount of streams, nah, but just on Twitch instead. Oh, he's gonna die. He's gonna die.
Oh, is he?
No, I'm back. I'm not gonna die.
Oh, good. Woo. I was like, I just came back to the stream and I was like,
Yeah, it was a creeper explosion. Sad day.
I would argue since there's so many people streaming on Twitch under the Minecraft category, there's so many channels, it's not only infinitely harder for him to be a top streamer in terms of on the platform for Minecraft, it's super hard for him to get exposure within Twitch itself. You would have to use tools like YouTube and stuff to promote his streams to then go back to Twitch.
Yeah,
Like-
and I get that. I understand. I agree with you. But at the same time, and I said this yesterday, I don't know if you agree with you. People do streaming because they see money into it. They don't see it as something you just do just to enjoy. Like how Oscar does it.
Huh.
Most people only stream because they want money and they only get power.
For Oscar, how he wants to document his world, show all the progress and stuff. Would you have him take every stream he has and upload his full 5-hour stream as like a YouTube video then after?
I mean, that's the only way that I would watch it. To be honest.
Watch what?
An edited 5-hour video?
Yeah.
But that's how it is right now on YouTube. Like you can watch the live stream after the fact as an unedited, the whole live stream is a video.
You can also do that on Twitch too.
Yeah, but
Wait. What was the argument about going to? I missed.
Talk
If
about
you're showing me some like weird mysticism thing on YouTube on how you find live streams, and it was one of the most confusing things I've ever done.
I was essentially making the argument on how much YouTube has to improve with their streaming platform to compete with Twitch in terms of like right now.
Yeah.
But in terms of the future, YouTube has so much more potential in the future for content creators than Twitch does due to the fact that for you to grow on Twitch, essentially you have to use YouTube and other platforms to get to the top of Twitch.
Yeah.
And once you already have that fan base, then it's easy. But building that fan base is almost impossible. And then what I said to Ryan was, he said, like, if it came to you, it'd be better for you to live stream on Twitch. And I said, okay. So then, since he wants to document this whole process of him playing and stuff, the question is, would you have him record like his whole 5.5-hour stream and then straight upload that to YouTube? And then Steven said that would be the only way I'd watch it. I said, what, a 5.5-hour live stream that's a complete upload unedited? He said yes, and I said that already exists on YouTube. After the stream ends, it automatically gets updated as like Twitch does, like a video.
Oh.
5.5-hour video.
Well, I can tell you why I switched from Twitch. Like, I grew faster on Twitch. I made money from Twitch. I think the reason I was growing as fast as I was on Twitch is because I truly, like, I don't want to come off as, like, conceited or cocky or anything like that, because that's not the case. I know that I'm good at streaming, you know? And I think I could have had explosive growth on Twitch. But I didn't agree necessarily with some of the business practices and the platform as a whole. And I believe that even with that, even if they were perfect and whatnot, based off of some of the decisions that they've made with the platform, I see YouTube being the better long-term play. They're just... Go ahead.
Are you afraid to make money from gaming? it seems like
Um,
on Twitch kind of stopped after you got that big donation. Then in terms of you switching to like YouTube, you made a point that the reason why, and you seem very convicted with it, the reason why you didn't want to put a donation button on YouTube until you had 1,000 subs, whatever, to get like the membership and stuff,
yeah,
was because you didn't want to look like you were doing it for the money or whatever.
yeah.
The reason is.
No, I think there's a deep fear of making money while streaming, which is funny because I want to prove to everybody that I can do it, because I know it would be life changing or could be life changing potentially. But yeah, no, I have a deep fear of making money while playing video games.
How do you balance that though? Because like I would say like on Twitch, you were at a time with like, let's say, you played WoW where you had some money coming in.
Yeah.
You had like regular subs, you had regular viewers, you had like that whole thing. And then I know you had a period where like you got burnt out of gaming, streaming in general, but like in terms of the money coming in, was that something that at the time weirded you out when it was happening, or?
It kind of weirded me out, but there was also, I understood, I was like, I'm not going to play WoW forever. And I was like, the person and the people that have donated, the more, like, most of it was from someone who was a strong WoW player, and nothing against them. I know myself and I know how I operate, and WoW doesn't bring the level of, for me personally, that level of entertainment and joy.
Wow, are you foreshadowing disaster?
No, I honestly, if I wish I could love WoW the way that you do, or did. Like for me, that is such a cool, unique aspect about you. But that wasn't me, and I know who I am. And at the time, I was like, this isn't going to be long term. This is something that I'm doing because my friend plays, and I enjoy hanging out with him and playing a video game with him. But I know I'm not going to long term play. Like, this isn't a long term play for me.
How do you feel about like, let's say, dual streaming? Because I know you went in how you don't. If you allowed the opportunity for people who, let's say, would only watch you on Twitch or like expose yourself to a new audience while you're also doing it on YouTube,
Right.
would you be down for something like that?
If I wasn't I've thought about that. I just have to wait for my affiliate contract to go out. I mean, I'm not opposed to it by any means.
What do you mean wait for your affiliate contract?
So when you're an affiliate on Twitch, you can't multi-stream.
Debatable. Yes.
Yes, I mean, from a contract perspective, you can't do it. And I just don't want to be in a situation. I doubt that they'll ever come after me because I'm a Twitch affiliate, and they probably just don't care in general. But I don't want to be in a situation. Maybe I do start to experience insane growth, and they're like, no, hold on now, wait.
But your fear is the opportunity to take.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Potentially going back to Twitch. You're not against Twitch in the future. You just don't see it right now.
Not that I don't see it right now. I just don't. I just don't see myself ever going back to Twitch unless like some drastic changes have to. Like has to be some drastic changes. I'm just a huge fan of long-term YouTube with the ability, with video. I just think that they have done an overall better job of adjusting and adding and implementing new aspects. Yes, they've reverted in terms of like if you compare streaming and YouTube gaming from like 2017, 2018 to now. But I think long-term YouTube is going to be king of streaming and video. It doesn't matter what Twitch does. I don't think Amazon is focused on making the greatest platform that they can. I think they're focused on building the greatest company that they can, which is Amazon. And I don't feel like there's anything wrong with that. I just feel like, with Google and YouTube, Google's trying to create the greatest search engine out there. And YouTube happens to be a huge aspect of that. So they're going to make YouTube they're going to work day in and day out on building the best type of YouTube, and they recognize that streaming is an aspect of that.
If you don't see yourself long term going back to Twitch, you're like to the point where you want to stream on Twitch or like YouTube.
Yeah.
I guess what's the harm of dual streaming on an affiliate contract where the odds that you actually get punished for it is so close to zero? But on top of that, even if you did get punished, it would just remove you from affiliate. Isn't that what would happen anyways when you're waiting for out? You'd be removed from affiliate and you'd still on stream.
Yeah,
What would be the difference?
I think from like logically speaking, that's what you would assume would happen. Is that the only repercussions that they take my affiliate away. And I think part of it, but I don't want to be in a situation where I have to consider maybe something worse could happen. And also, I think there's a conscious aspect of it. Like, I signed the contract, I knew what I was getting myself into, and I'm going to uphold my end.
Is your Twitch name Frostbite?
No, it's still Blink 1440.
So why not dual stream on the Blink 1440 one with this one? And if you ever got punished for it, it'd be a good excuse to then have a new channel called Frostbite that you could start up if you ever did have a future Twitch with growth on YouTube. You could then.
I think that still falls under the morality aspect for me. You know what I mean? Wait.
Consistent, at least. I was just kind of curious.
Right. Yeah. No. It's something I've thought about. Like, I could just do it, and there's the chances of me actually getting in trouble is so small because it's not hard to become an affiliate. Everyone thinks it's this hard thing and that it's awesome to become an affiliate. It's not that hard. Ask 4 of your friends to hang out with you while you stream. Stream for X amount of hours on this many days. You'll be good. You'll get affiliate. You know.
The reason I ask is I'm literally the same way. I see essentially, I'm not going to get punished for doing it. I just don't do it for it. I don't see myself really streaming on Twitch too much in the future compared to what I want to do.
Right.
I still refuse to do dual stream because I don't want to lose that opportunity or whatever.
Right. And
no matter how little.
right. And so that's my whole thing is like I that's my reasoning for not going over to Twitch. And I do think that Twitch, in terms of searching specific channels and finding, you know, the streamers that you want to watch, they are definitely light years ahead of YouTube. But that's because YouTube is YouTube is in a completely different game in terms of just content in general. Like, Twitch is not even close. You know what I mean?
I would love to see if there was a change I could make to Twitch. It would be when you go on the desktop version or you open a Chrome tab or something.
Yeah.
The followed channels. I would love a feature for you to be able to see that through games, because one of the things that sucks in my book is it automatically filters the most viewed channels to the top of the feed. The people with the most followers and the most people watching are going to be those people that show up.
Right.
If you follow a decent amount of channels, like for me, I get to the bottom of the list, I'm at 32 views. I have to click multiple times to get to the point where I see my buddy rise 4 in his chat.
Right.
And even if I am following him, I have to do all that work just to see if he's live if I already wasn't notified through stream notifications, a tweet, a YouTube video, whatever the case may be.
Right.
Or I've already noticed.
I mean, and I don't know. I know that people prefer the Twitch layout in general for streams, and there's nothing wrong with that. I have no problems with that.
There's different audiences.
Yeah. I agree. I think that there are certain people that are they love Twitch. They love the way that it's laid out, and I respect that. I do. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I know like Scotty, he prefers going on to Twitch than YouTube, and YouTube is just not laid out in a good way. It's not the best way, I guess, in terms of trying to get people to come to your streams. There are ways to get to streams. There's a few more steps. It's once you figure out where it is, the click on the stream option. Once you figure out where that is, it's not really that difficult to find streams. But I think it does become difficult when you have an aspect searching up someone's name. Unless it's some out of the blue kind of name, it's kind of difficult to find somebody. Me with Frostbite being the name, it's not easy to find me on YouTube because there's other channels that are named Frostbite that.
Not just the channels, videos with Frostbite.
Right. And so I know that aspect makes it more difficult. So until I grow to the point where YouTube's oh, this is a true contender in terms of possibly being a strong channel for us moving into the future, you're not going to be able to find me very easily. Whereas with Twitch is yo, if you got numbers, we're putting you at the top. If you don't got numbers, we're putting you at the bottom. You know, and so you can search up the name, you can type it in, and there's you can scroll through. And even then, when you scroll through the search, it's listed from most followers to least amount of followers. And so in that aspect, you can kind of ask, how many followers do you have? And you can kind of scroll through and you can guess how long it's going to take you to find it. And so that's a little bit, in that regard, I think they're better. But overall, like I said, I think the focus of the two giant companies, Google and Amazon, one is their sole purpose is optimizing searchability and also optimizing the access to different information, and so it plays in favor long term for someone who's a content creator, in my opinion. Now, if Amazon switches and changes things up, I definitely think that Twitch. I would be lying if I said that Twitch couldn't take over and stay at the top of streaming and may be able to make a play in terms of video, but they're just, if based off of the history of the company and what they've done over the past, I don't know, few years, really, I just don't see that happening.
So, one thing.
Yeah.
I can't, as a user of YouTube for over a decade,
Yeah.
I can't think of a single improvement that they've made. I can't name one off the top of my head.
So going from YouTube gaming, I don't know if you ever played around with YouTube gaming initially. That was an absolute shit show. Like when they first released YouTube gaming, it was a completely different site that you had to go to. There was a link to it on YouTube. It was really, really difficult to find. It didn't make any sense in terms of like searching stuff. So like you would go search up different genres and like different names would pop up, but like people that were live, you could live stream strictly to YouTube or to YouTube gaming. So it was like this massive shit show. So they basically got rid of YouTube gaming and combined it with YouTube, so that we didn't have that problem. I didn't play a lot with streaming on YouTube when it first allowed streaming on YouTube, so I can't speak on the difficulties versus the improvements that they made in terms of that. The biggest thing for me is the algorithm and their ability to recommend content to you while you're watching through content. You don't have that on Twitch, or at least if you do, it's not nearly as optimized. It's not nearly as accurate as YouTube. So if you watch, like everyone's done it, like at 4 a.m. you see those guys digging holes in dirt, building these awesome pools, right? Once one video plays, what's the next like 10 videos that are recommended to you? Something along those lines. So with YouTube, I stream for 3 hours, right? It's nothing but strictly Minecraft. I have all the tags that are applied to that. When this live stream is uploaded to my channel, if you go and watch, the chances of YouTube recommending my channel over the long term as I stay consistent to some random person that happens to be watching Minecraft videos, they might fall upon my video out of the blue. Whereas on Twitch, if I'm streaming on there, yes, I can add clips, but you're not going to be randomly recommended, or if you do get randomly recommended my video, it's not because of me playing Minecraft. It's like let's say every now and then they'll promote you on the main page, but there's like you have to be a partner, I'm pretty sure, to do that. I think the biggest thing changes is like as someone who makes content and watching the algorithm, it's a little different from someone like, because you don't make content at all, do you? Okay, so it's a little different for you because you're not actively looking at analytics, you're not actively looking at and studying the algorithm and trying to optimize your content for the algorithm. So I can see how like if you're just a day-to-day viewer, you're like, what changes did they make? Because I don't notice it.
Another thing too, off of what Oscar said, if you are like, let's say, strictly a streamer, no matter if you're on YouTube or Twitch, let's say you're Oscar in this case. Oscar with his hashtags and stuff and his categories he's in, with the YouTube feature currently on streaming feature on YouTube, it still might be hard to find him, but he also gets introduced to a whole new audience once his stream becomes organically a video after it's done live streaming. It gets pushed as a video and people then will see it as a video and can get introduced to it that way. So like for me, a lot of my streams, if I have like let's say 100 to 200 people stop by, I could get another 100 to 200 people after the stream who will see it then and then subscribe to the channel or then like want to see what else I have.
But
in terms of Twitch, if you're gonna do strictly just live streams, whether on YouTube or Twitch, what Twitch has that's helpful is their tag system. So I'm going through like the Minecraft right now, and if you are a Minecraft streamer and let's say you're going low viewership to high viewership, just having the English tag in there automatically makes you, I believe, get put on a extremely low list compared to what it would have been before because of all the language. But on the first page, you no longer just have zero viewership. Everyone has one to a certain extent, and within like 10 streamers, you're already at 2 to 5. Like the jump is big. And if you add like, let's say, playing with chat or like interacting with chat, that will automatically add more viewership. Like the start point is higher, but like the more tags you add, the likelihood that like the ceiling is going to be a lot lower. So like the ceiling in that might be 50 viewers total. Meanwhile, if you're someone who just like streamed without the tag, you might get introduced to a bigger audience because you're more open. Like it's a weird balance between like when you're small, trying to get seen by new people and grow, compared to like trying to be seen in the first place.
I get that, and I would agree, but there's one huge issue. You base it off of other people. Because, example, when Fortnite was getting big, everyone saw Fortnite getting big, so they tried to go into it. You will not be found if you do that. This is the example, a recent example. I can look at Matt. She's getting found because she's playing completely different games that are full of random people.
I mean, I think like there's benefits to both platforms. Like Twitch has, I think Twitch has the ability of like explosive growth if you happen to catch the right wave at the right time, whereas YouTube has the longevity of like you have videos that can be posted and you can gain revenue over long periods of time, and it's just one of those things where it depends on the nature of you. And like if your community on Twitch is better, where then play Twitch. And like the things that I did on Twitch to grow as fast as I did is I played a lot of Fortnite and I played a lot with the community, and like honestly I hate doing that. Like I don't like playing with random people. I want to play games with my friends, you know. And so for me it just doesn't, Twitch's streaming platform and the way to grow on it is not, I guess, in line with who I am as an individual, is what it feels like, you know.
Too, if you're on YouTube as a viewer or to Twitch as a viewer, you might be watching for a specific thing, but in terms of the person setting up the stream or like the description and all that stuff, if you are on YouTube as a streamer and you know what hashtags to use, what trends are popular, all these things, it is infinitely going to be more beneficial at you at the start of your streaming journey to do YouTube in that sense, or at least create YouTube content. Doesn't necessarily have to be streaming new videos, because you know how to get viewership. Whether they stay for the next streams or like they continue to grow is a different factor, but you through the tag system and through like keywords can do a good job of being seen by community. So what people will do is they'll have someone manage their YouTube channel when they stream on Twitch. So they'll upload the video for them, they'll put in those hashtags, they'll put in those keywords, do what they gotta do. Same thing with TikTok. They'll have people who are good at the TikTok algorithm do all that stuff in hopes that they all will then come to Twitch. But if they weren't creating on other platforms, if they weren't pushing content on other platforms, it is very unlikely that you, no matter how good of a streamer you are, will organically grow to the extent of potentially being one of the biggest streamers strictly just on Twitch. There's so many other factors.
Like even if I look at my analytics right now, so I've had over the past 28 days, I've had 9,000 impressions. 21.1% of those came from YouTube alone recommending my content. That's nothing that I did other than show up every day. I don't remember exactly, and I don't know if there's a feature where Twitch does that.
I don't think I've ever been recommended content and then actually viewed it on Twitch.
Yeah. So whereas like with YouTube, even if you don't want to watch the video, there are times where like you're doing something, you forget that you're watching a video, and you know the YouTube automatically plays into another video, and with that person, like you may not like their content, you may not enjoy their content, you may like come back to your phone and be like, I'm not going to watch this, but that little bit of watch time helps out that channel, you know what I mean? And so that channel then goes on to maybe get recommended to one or two other people, and it kind of snowballs from there. Whereas with Twitch, if you're that one person in the right place at the right time who gets recommended, or like who for whatever reason, maybe you win a tournament or something and your numbers skyrocket to like 10,000, so you're at the top of the list, well, people aren't going to spend 10 minutes scrolling all the way down. It's tedious. And so they just click on the first like 3, like the difference between like the first 5 streamers and like the rest after that is astronomically different in the types of viewership and the amount of people that come to their streams. And you can see it post Twitch stream. You can be like, okay, so I had an average of 15,000 people in here, but over the course of the entire stream, I had 100,000 people click on my stream. You know what I mean? Because I was ranked number in the top 5 of top streamers for that specific game. And so it's things like that I think is very unique to Twitch, because you can have that explosiveness. But whereas with YouTube, someone can accidentally watch, they may not be interested, but because you watched, YouTube is more likely to recommend again to somebody else, whereas Twitch won't do that at all. You know.
So I just put an example of in the chat section of what like the analytics look like on Twitch in terms of where it breaks down from viewership, and like my stats might be different from other, but in terms of like where it pulls from or like where your viewership's coming from, if you guys look at that list, like most of my viewership, at least 54% of it comes from people who are already following my channel. So if I continue to build my follower count from other platforms, that number can continue to grow. 17% other, 13% is people searching, whether that's through a game or like a certain title potentially. Channel page, people looking at the channel page, 8%. Browse page, so the people who are randomly like looking at the game and finding like or me there, or like other channel pages, 4%. So that number is extremely low, especially with the viewership I have at like 24 views there. So for me, when I see that, I instantly look and say, oh, I am not getting found besides my current audience. It makes sense to build my audience elsewhere, so that way it will be worth it for me to stream on Twitch.
Yeah.
I never think of Twitch from my end as, oh, this is an organic growth place, let me do that. But when I look at like other channels, or I look at my content on YouTube, I see it completely different. I see, oh, all the back end work does a really good job of like getting my content out there to other people, or them seeing it. It's just whether or not they click on it.
Well, I mean, even if I compare my stats on YouTube to your Twitch, like I can just go to one section that says watch time from subscribers, and 62.9% of the watch time, which I have over the past 28 days, I have 121 hours watched. 62.9% were from people that aren't subscribed. Now, that may not necessarily mean that they're new viewers, they just aren't subscribed to the channel. But you can also look at people that are returning viewers and who are new viewers. So like today, or on the 25th, I had 7 returning viewers that had previously been to the channel. I had 20 new viewers that had never visited the channel before. And so in comparison, you can kind of, you can see where like YouTube is likely to push your content, or it's just going to push your content better than Twitch will. But YouTube doesn't have that explosive growth typically that like Twitch has when you see someone come out of nowhere in terms of like as a new streamer,
And it's a balance too. So I put in one of my YouTube stats for like a 4-day period of like I got 37% of that is from YouTube recommended content. But if you take a look at that number, I have a super low click-through rate of 4.4% compared to where it typically is, which is 10 to 15. What that means is it limits the amount of views from those impressions I get, but the people who do watch, typically the average view duration is higher. So it's one of those weird things like Oscar's talking about where you might have the loyal people in his community watch him on a daily basis. If there's only a couple people in chat like me and someone else, who are there like the whole time, his average view duration might be way up, but in terms of like then the audience it's expanded to, might not be as high.
Yeah.
And that number's gonna like always fluctuate.
I'm pretty sure your average view rate is the most important aspect of, at least for YouTube. If your watch time is really, really high and they're watching like 90% of your videos, that means that your content is really, really good. And so YouTube is more likely to push your content to more people. And so, but ultimately at the end of the day, whatever you end up going to or whatever you watch streams on or consume content on, it's really just up to you. You know what I mean? It's what you feel is best. And no, go ahead.
No, I mean, I agree 100% with you guys, but I always just say streaming used to be a thing to do where you enjoyed it.
Right.
Now it's becoming a business, and I'm gonna be honest, YouTube enters OBN was because of it.
Yeah.
Okay, question though, Ryan, because I'm gonna be not challenge you on this, but I'm gonna ask you a question. So for people who generally want new people to come to their chat and hang out and have a good time and build a little community, not necessarily something to make money from, those people still have to do these business-esque things to get to that point. They can't just simply click the stream button and expect people to be able to find them. So what would your response to those people who
I would say
don't want to do it for money whatsoever, but they want people there watching so they can interact with them and have a good time?
Well, I would say this is the original Twitch. We didn't give a shit about that. You go on, stream a game because you wanted to.
Right.
If people join you, they joined you. If they didn't, they didn't. But like, you didn't have to worry about, oh, I have this X amount of people watching, and I have this didn't give a shit about that.
And I think that's a valid point, but I'm not mad at people for streaming for money, like wanting to make money from streaming. Like if I had the choice between working 8 hours at a desk job in a corporate setting or streaming video games, I'm choosing that. You know what I mean? And so I do like recognize your point that like if you're gonna do like my thing is if you're gonna be a streamer and your sole purpose for doing it is to make money, you're gonna struggle really really hard to be committed to it because it's not something that you find fulfillment out of. It's not something that you enjoy. You just see that there's the potential to make a ridiculous amount of money. But you can say that you can make that case for or that argument for almost any career choice. So I definitely agree that like if you're gonna get into streaming, it's okay if you want to make money from it, but you have to at the core of it all you need to enjoy what you're doing. It's not. I think people it sucks because all you hear are the massive streamers out there. I guess it doesn't suck. It's just kind of the nature of the beast. Like you're only going to hear about the massive streamers, but people don't recognize like how truly difficult it is on an emotional, mental, and even sometimes a physical, playing field. Like how difficult it is to consistently stream and try to build a true community. It's not easy. It's really quite difficult, and so.
It's because how they made it into a job where you need to get money to be provided and that.
I don't think it's hard because of that reason. I think it's hard because people sleep on the idea that streaming is actually more difficult than what people realize. Like if you don't stream, like a lot of people are like, oh, you're playing a video game. It's not that hard. It's like, okay, yes, from a yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, if you compare it to being like a soldier, my job is not that hard. It's not that hard. Or being a construction worker, it's not that physically demanding. But having expectations from your, like, one, you have two different expectations. You have the expectations that you have set for yourself, and then you have the expectations of your community and your viewers. And you have to somehow blend those two together to make yourself happy or enjoy it, because if you don't, you're going to fall off and you're not going to stream. Not fall off, you're just not going to stream. But if you don't meet the expectations of your viewers, they're gonna leave and disappear. And if you're go ahead.
No, continue, Sean.
Like if you're not a massive streamer, if you haven't signed a contract for X amount of dollars to stream on a select platform, chances are you are probably having to stream every single day because it's to make ends meet. And so I think in that aspect, that's where people don't realize that, like, that's where streaming is difficult. Is you have to step up and be here every single day. Like, it's not just going to happen overnight. And those people that are in the middle of the pack, I think that's the worst place to be. Being a small streamer like I am is not hard. Being the massive streamer that, like Nick Mercs is not hard, because it doesn't matter if someone's like, hey, I'm sick and tired of you playing Apex, go back to Warzone. He doesn't give a shit. I still have 30,000 people in here watching. I still have 45,000 subscribers, but I also signed a contract with FaZe that's paying me X amount of dollars. I have my merch, and on top of that, he just has a diehard community, right? So like his core fans are there. Whereas if you're in the, go ahead.
Why was that you were interested of his loyal fans? I don't want that guy. Only from when he first started, or only more when he started taking it as a job.
Every way. Nick Mercs has loyal fans from back when he did Call of Duty Wager.
Yeah.
100 viewers who watched him all the way through. Then he had loyal fans when he got just normal Call of Duty.
Yeah.
He got loyal fans when he went to Fortnite, and like he saw the people from back in the day who were following, but also their preferences changed too.
I think
that people who like Call of Duty Wagers don't also like Fortnite when Fortnite's big is a misconception. Like both things can be true.
I think if you just look at Nick Mercs, I would say Nick Mercs and probably Dr. Disrespect and Tim the Tatman have the three best communities. I don't know of other, maybe Ray and like Pokey probably have a really, really strong, but like if you talk about like diehard fans, I see like Nick Mercs, Tim the Tatman, and Doc. Like they are on different worlds in terms of their fans. Like how many times can you set up a barbecue for the MFAM in a set location and have people fly from possibly all over the world for a barbecue and the chance to just hang out with not only Nick Merckx, but hang out with other people that you met through the stream, that you've built relationships with through the stream. You know, and I think you can only build that kind of community if you are a genuine individual. And Nick Merckx does not pretend to be something that he's not. Doc doesn't pretend to be someone that he's not. Like, people know that when he's the Doc, that's who he is. When he's not streaming, he is Guy, right? But he doesn't go in there and change anything for anybody. Tim the Tatman doesn't change anything for anybody. He's above average at video games. He knows that, but he's funny as shit. And I think what people fail to see and fail to recognize is that the reason that they're at the top is, one, they put in a stupid amount of hours. None of us probably work as much as those guys do. Like, we just don't. They put in a stupid amount of hours. And then on top of that, you have the aspect of, like, Nick Merckx responds to so many tweets. Like, he's actively a part of his community, you know, and you can't fake that. I mean, even if you could fake it for a period of time, at some point the truth will come out. And so I think there's a level of just being genuine that plays a part in being on that level. But again, I think being in the middle of the pack is the worst place to be as a content creator / streamer, because you have to do it versus doing it because you love to. It may have started off because you love to, but once you get to the point where you make, you know, $1,000, $2,000, maybe even $3,000 a month, like, that's like, yeah, that's good money, especially for someone that gets to stream and play video games or whatever it is that you do on stream. But it's not life-changing money, right? You know what I mean? And so it's one of those things where, like, you have to show up every day.
For the content creator to create the content that you want to watch, no matter if it's a stream, it's a video, any content that you consume,
Yeah.
they have to spend time. And spending time costs money, because there's that evaluation of, like, is this worth your time? Because, like, you could be making money elsewhere, you could be doing other things, you could be
Right.
spending time with family. So it's one of those things where, like, let's take you as an individual now. You seem to be a very nostalgic person when it comes to back in the day Twitch. Let's take these streams you used to watch back in the day. I don't know how many people. Let's say it was like an average of like 50, right? That way you could talk and chat. The streamer would know you, but also could, like, do what you enjoy. The dynamic that would change from this point on is there's going to come a day where the streamer, for him to continue to create content, has to enjoy it. And if what you want as a viewer, you as a loyal viewer, is different than the content that he enjoys making, there's going to be a switch in terms of the content. Not because he's changing up, but he needs to be able to continue to create content. And if he doesn't, if he only does what, like, you want, he's going to get put in a position where he feels like a job. Whether or not he's making money from it, he's going to be in a position where he feels like this is a job, and now he has to spend time doing it. But on top of that, what changes too is if you take the idea of you as an individual viewer. Individual viewers are important. I think it's super great to get to know individuals and look at their community and see, like, who they are as a person, what they go through, all those things. But once you start getting more and more viewers, it's not that they don't want to get that individual level. It just becomes statistically impossible, especially when it comes to 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 viewers, to where then, instead of looking at the individual, you look as the group collective. What do these people enjoy? And even though you might not like these new trends or these new games, if their collective group is all in favor of this new game or trend, and the streamer is in favor of it too, and they enjoy it, it's something fresh because they're getting sick of the game they're playing, it's not because they're necessarily chasing money that they're going that direction, but they generally enjoy it and it's getting the most interaction. Then on top of that, they might get more money from it as well. Maybe they didn't go out to do that, but now they're in that middle area that Oscar was talking about. Now they have a potential to quit their day job and do this full time if they follow down that trend.
I agree with you. I understand that. But let me ask you this. You guys all said this week, you said, we would make fun of people who play D&D. But let's say D&D pop off and you made hundreds of millions of dollars, then everyone's playing D&D, you know, would that change how would people play D&D?
I mean, I don't think so. I should clarify. Like, when I started streaming, I didn't start streaming because I love streaming. I literally saw someone else stream and I got bored about 10 minutes in. And I was like, dude, I could do this shit better than them.
Oh, and that's fine.
and so I think they're like, and then also I think competition breeds progress, you know. So, but I do also understand where you're coming from in terms of like you miss the old Twitch, and I think that I don't watch Twitch as much as I used to. I miss the old Twitch too.
I'm not against YouTube, but like, yeah, the reason why people love YouTube because it became the ad pop and all that shit because people being fake and they will you with money, and then YouTube's like, oh, we need money, so fuck you guys. Then it became such a bad place to make videos and stream. One of us, so they went to Twitch. Now that's happening to Twitch because it's literally
Well,
becoming a fake.
I think that can be said for anything, right? Because like at some point money's going to get involved. Like look at anime. Anime wasn't cool when we were younger. And it wasn't like culturally from the US, it wasn't culturally accepted. And I think what happened is like it was inevitable that Twitch and YouTube were going to become companies that focused on generating money through streaming and content creation, because at first it was so new and it's still incredibly young. People didn't know that you could make money from YouTube and at running ads. Like they didn't realize how powerful that was. I think one of the only people that knew how powerful it was Gary Vee. He was like, people focus on this, so this is going to be a wonderful place to run ads. And so I understand that aspect of like you miss where like it wasn't strictly about the money, and unfortunately I don't think there's anything we're ever going to be able to do about that, you know.
What you say about Twitch, I don't agree with Twitch all things. You don't think it's a shitty website half the time because it's like a high school relationship. It's like I don't want that.
Right.
Here's the thing that sucks. Even though that you might not want that, you consuming the service, no matter whether you get it back in the day or not. Twitch costs money to run, and the more people who stream on it, the more people who watch, the more it costs to keep it going. So if they need more advertisements, if they need more money brought into it from other sources, and then those are given to streamers in the other areas, don't be surprised if they have to do that to a certain extent, because this is their business. For you to have a activity that you enjoy watching in your free time, and a bonus to you just playing video games, you get to watch these communities. Someone had to have a business model for it. That's just the reality. Whether or not like you view it as a business model doesn't change the fact that it's a business, and for it to continue, it has to make money. So yes, companies will go down routes where maybe they're chasing money more than they should. They're listening to that more than the audience. But I would like to think there's a correction where enough people, if they raise their voice in collection, will say, hey, we think this is going the wrong direction. Maybe it's not right away, but over time we'll change it. Kind of like you're talking about with the adpocalypse on YouTube. When that started happening and they changed like the guidelines in terms of content, you had to be PG, super friendly. What happened was everyone did a change of content to so PG and so friendly that it took away from the authenticity, and then people didn't like it anymore, and they're like, hey, we need this to change. We can't just keep getting rid of the big people who swear, or the big people who make on the edge jokes, because that line is never going to be able to not get crossed. You're going to have Fortnite people who've never said a curse word before get banned because they're not showing the Martin Luther King. We're going to get to a point like that. So there's a give and take, and there's corrections over time. But for these innovations to happen, or for things to get to the point where you want it, like you're saying, I think there has to be things that happen that are negative, or directions that go that are negative, for them to learn. And honestly, it's again, the money thing. If a majority of the people are watching a certain type of content, the way that you get things more your way is to get more people to enjoy what you enjoy. If Fortnite was such a big game, and the reason why so many people want to play it was because it had such a big audience, there's something to it on why so many people enjoyed watching Fortnite and playing Fortnite. And understanding that, I think, is more valuable than just saying like, Fortnite sucks, why did everyone have to switch up and play this? No. The Battle Royale model was very appealing from other games, and Fortnite made it free to play and really accessible to every single age of people, and it grew up. And then in terms of like YouTube friendly, it became very YouTube friendly in terms of AdSense. It was like a game that people played like during cool-off period to like their game.
But then you also can't force people to watch you, even though the game itself is big, but you're not big itself.
Yeah, no, I never watched a single piece of Fortnite content.
You don't have to, but you can't expect the streamer to listen to what you want to listen to, right? Both things can be true. If the streamer wants to play Fortnite, Like, I made thousands upon thousands of dollars streaming Fortnite on Twitch, and that's probably the most money I've made ever in terms of like streaming. But I did not enjoy it. And I would never want to go back to doing it.
I might be mean to you, but you live your basic generic gamer who plays generic games. Then that's why I tell you, gaming used to be a culture where
I don't think that's completely incorrect. On Twitch, maybe when I did Fortnite, it was, and I realized I didn't like that, so I changed my content to be very specific niche categories in FIFA trading that people don't touch on. So I went the opposite. I went from completely mainstream doing whatever other people are doing
and you're
to me
popping
not
up.
liking it.
I'm so happy that you're popping up like that. It's so good. Watch. But that's just what I've been arguing. Twitch and YouTube have become such a to be good and make money you need to be this one game that everyone's playing because if you need to change.
You're not asking the question if I actually want to play the game I'm playing. Why? Ask me why I'm not playing Call of Duty on my YouTube channel. Why I didn't put my Call of Duty streams or videos that I made years ago.
I don't know.
Because I made the decision that wasn't right for my business or money to switch from Fortnite and Call of Duty to a game that I love, FIFA, where I had no audience for whatsoever. I did it the opposite of money. I did it for the opposite of my community. I did it for me. But now you look at the decision after the fact and say, yeah, but why are you only playing this game? When in reality, you haven't seen for enough back, whereas another game, right? That's always going to be the case. The streamer that you love watching that has 50 viewers and is playing a very specific game that you like might play a mainstream game after that, but maybe you weren't there before when you played an even less mainstream game, right?
And that's fine. I have no issue with it.
Sounds
But
like
like,
you do,
but no, well, my issue is because it's becoming more about money. You play a game if it's popular, if it's not popular. I don't give a shit. But it's becoming a culture where it's like a high school where, I need to be popular, so I need to do this. And like I said,
No,
like,
I wholeheartedly disagree because I feel like this is so big now.
we did disagree because, like I said, Twitch and even though YouTube used to be I don't need you playing to make money. I do it because I want to.
I think the large population of streamers and content creators do it because they enjoy it. The problem is we just don't see those guys because they aren't big. And so, and then the people that we share news about are the ones that like are doing extra stuff. Yeah, that are doing stuff for like doing greedy things for money. And so you see that news all the time. And so I think you think that this is a lot of people do this for money. And
No, I don't think everyone.
oh, okay, yeah.
The way, at least for me, I don't know how Oscar, when you talk about these things, I know you're not personally attacking me, but the way you talk about it makes you sound like you're attacking me, whether or not you are. It sounds like you're attacking me for the things I do, when in reality, I view it as I'm nowhere close to any of these guys. And my argument for like Twitch and YouTube with how big it's gone, I think more than anything, with how big the space has gone and how much it's continuing to grow, is giving opportunities to have more budget for these niche games, these niche things that people want to go back to that didn't exist before, right? But for that to happen, people had to play games that were popular. People had to stream stuff to grow the site that was attractive to investors, to new eyes. And without that, you wouldn't have sites like Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch and
But you also have this different scenario. So let's take Twitch right now. Who go to Twitch right now and type in rock band? Look how many people stream it.
I think that's more of a copyright song issue, though.
Oh, it's because Twitch became popular, but because it became about money too, in a sense.
well, I think
Well, it's copyright content problem. Why you don't?
but even if it wasn't copyright problem, like despite it's become about money, but it had to because yeah, they're not like
Money is eyes. Money is entertainment.
it had to become about money because Twitch and you saw the guys that sold Twitch to Amazon, they did that because they didn't have the funds to continue growing and building Twitch. Like in order to implement the aspects that people want to see on Twitch, different I don't know, different emotes and adding those kind of aspects and like having mods and stuff like that, it takes money because you have to implement that programming into the system, right? Like I'm not a computer buff, I'm stupid when it comes to computers, but but that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it sucks as you see that they're about money, but in order for them to succeed, they have to be about money, or they're gonna fail and we won't have a Twitch. Or you're just gonna have someone create another streaming platform, and over again, you're gonna have people that are streaming and content creators are streaming, and then all their hard work is gonna disappear, and then they're gonna be expected to go back to a new platform and start all over again. And like, yeah, you may be able to do that a handful of times, but if I built my audience to 100,000 subscribers or 100,000 followers, and I average like 1,000 people on a day-to-day basis watching my content, and I had to start that over every few years because the company or the platform did not want to invest in getting investors to invest in their company because the whole money aspect. Eventually I'm going to be done. I'm not going to sit there and waste any more time. Like because I have to make money as an individual. You know what I mean?
But see, I agree with that, but that's, I was just said, Twitch is to be a place where you go to have fun and have a hobby.
Let me change the perspective a little bit, or maybe let me word it. And I'm curious if you disagree why. I think what you're proposing, or what you look for in a streamer who's not doing it for money, is doing it strictly for fun. I think it's completely possible that these people making millions upon millions of dollars and all the new eyes coming to Twitch can exist, while at the same time you use that same site to find the niche game you want to watch and that niche streamer who's not doing it for money whatsoever, who doesn't have affiliate or any sort of contract. I think both things can be true, but the issue is, if you're trying to push for Twitch to be a site where it's just that niche and not that mainstream popularity thing that has the most eyes on it, there's not going to be a Twitch because there's not going to be money here and they're going to have to shut down the site.
Yeah.
Because what Twitch used to be, whether you like it or not, wasn't as profitable as it is today. Therefore, it had to change. Otherwise, it would have been shut down, like Oscar said, because they didn't have the money to keep it.
I mean, look at Mixer. That's what happened with them. They tried to just throw money at people, and rather than focusing on building a site that was, instead of trying to build a website that combined both being able to generate money while also being able to generate true meaningful relationships with communities, they focus solely on just get the biggest creator, and that's going to take care of itself, and that's just not the case.
Could you see that what Twitch is becoming too, in a sense?
I mean, yeah, I think that Twitch is somewhat doing that, but they have such a large hold on the market that they're not going to fall for a long time. I think the decisions that they're making is going to allow other players to come in and make a name for themselves. I don't know if that's going to be Facebook, but for a fact, YouTube is making plays and trying to take over.
Discord streamers becoming popular.
So I think there's some unique aspects, and there are some players out there that are actually trying to do what Twitch is doing, but do it better. I hope that Twitch does succeed.
I have no issue with that.
Yeah. I mean, because but I do wish that I do hope that Twitch succeeds, and I do hope that they lose some of their grip on the market, because if they do, it's going to force them to be a better streaming service / content service. So the whole money aspect. I mean, despite how anyone feels about it, whether you like it or not, it's you can't avoid it. You know what I mean? So which everyone's entitled to their own opinion about it, but.
Yeah, you can't avoid, but at the same time, Twitch was also a place where you could get away from reality.
I still feel like you can. You just got to find the right people. Like, even if they're making money. Like, when I watch Nick Merckx, the last thing on my mind is how much money that man's making. The first thing on my mind is, like, just reading the chat and, like, damn, dude, these guys really have a strong ass. And then watching him. The dude's hilarious. And he's insanely good at video games.
Oh, I might disagree with that. I can use example. Hutchinson. Oh, not Hutchinson.
What happened to Hutchinson? He just doesn't stream.
He became a pedophile.
Oh.
Was that because of Twitch? Did Twitch show it?
Twitch and YouTube. He was grooming women. So.
I think that has less to do with it has less to do with the actual platform and more.
His A-Track was fucking insane.
But let's even use that guy as an example. He got into streaming because he saw money with it. I don't blame him.
Sounds like he got into it to groom.
Why would that too? But
video with a whole bunch of like high profile.
Bro.
Because okay, I'm gonna use Smash Bros. As
It's so weird.
it's a community. Oh, I mean, even games. Games that community where weird people do because we got put into a place where, example, we do a soccer player. You would play in high school and say, oh, you're a geek. So we would be pushed to do something by ourselves. And we got into gaming, and then all the weird people game. So it's like,
See, I found that so weird because I was an athlete and not once did I like there were weird people at high school, but I could care less if they played video games or not. They were just weird as shit. And if you were weird, not because you were different, but like if you just said weird things, like we had one kid who always made fun of this gay kid on a tennis team. Like that's weird for me. Why? What's the point?
that's weird.
You know, so like for me, it was less about making fun of you because whatever. But like I don't know. I feel like there's I don't know, dude. We had this long ass conversation for me to say I prefer YouTube over Twitch because that's what I prefer. That's what stemmed that whole thing.
I mean, I'm at this screen, like, I love YouTube music. It has, like, a lot of creativity, and people make so many good videos. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah.
3:30. Close my door, please. Just we're leaving. We're supposed to leave, and I don't end the workday till 3:30 if I'm ready to go. Like,
Like, look at the clock.
Fuck up and get out of my room. Close the fucking. I'm not doing this today. I'm not. Holy shit.
What is your relationship with her like? Holy shit.
Italian.
Italian.
Flip a switch.
That's amazing. Hello, by the way. I've just been kind of sitting here listening to your guys' conversation.
What's up, dog?
Yeah.
I wish you would talk more on it, but I know that you prefer Twitch. I am curious to know like how has Maddie's like experience been? I watched the trailer on it. It looks pretty cool. That's cool. That makes me happy. Yeah, what's up?
How would you feel? How would you feel with everything that you're building right now? If like I told you, or like it had to happen where everything had to disappear and you had to like start in a brand new space, or like you just had to walk away from this build and start everything over again.
I would be
New location.
bummed as shit, to be honest with you.
That's how I feel a little bit as a streamer. And I don't know if that makes sense to you or like anyone else who's streamed, but like in terms of like community or like expectations, you're supposed to do it for yourself or like the community you're building. But like for me at least, when I stream,
Yeah.
I want my community to be as happy as possible. And if a lot of my community has an issue with something I'm doing, whether or not I'm doing something wrong, I take that into consideration of like, oh hey, if I want to make these people happy, if I want to make this an accepting place and a place where like the majority of people have a good time, what do I need to do? And that might be a change of content, or that might be like a new thing, or like we were talking about with the different streaming sites. If I'm not liking a certain streaming platform, that may be going to a new streaming platform and having to start over, or trying something new and building it up. And one of the things I've noticed, at least in terms of like streamers who do this,
Yeah.
a lot of the times it's not the site that's the problem, it's the content that they have a problem with, or the community, and they think going to a new site they can build up a new community.
Right.
So what I used to do is I would get sick of my annoying YouTube Call of Duty chat, so I would go to Twitch to avoid that.
Yeah.
And what would happen is the annoying people from YouTube would then come to Twitch and be the same problem.
Yeah.
If you don't address what's wrong with like that, the problem is you'll blame it on like, oh, I don't like YouTube streaming, I like Twitch streaming more, it's more chill.
Yeah, I definitely know that like when I streamed earlier, when I was I guess like younger, I was definitely more lenient about like I didn't want to hurt people's feelings. I was so afraid of saying the wrong thing, or like because you want to build a community, and when you have nothing and you don't have a community, you don't want anyone to leave. Like that's a real thing. Every person that comes in, you truly do cherish and you do value, and you're not fake about that, right? And so, like, when I was younger and when I first started streaming, like, anyone that came in, like, if they said something that I didn't agree with or something like I would kind of laugh it off. And as I've gotten older, I realized, like, if you truly want to build a strong community, number one, you need to be consistent on whatever site you choose. And number two, you've got to stand your ground, because people are going to take as much as you allow them to take. And, you know, despite, it doesn't matter what, you can find success and be a great streamer. It doesn't matter, or content creator, it doesn't matter what platform you decide to go on. You just got to be willing to set, you know, lay down the law. What are you going to accept and what are you not going to accept? And I think that has been incredibly valuable for me over the past few years, of being like, no, you're going to come in here, you're not going to tell me what I'm going to play. You're not going to tell me what I'm going to talk about. If you don't want to listen to it, get the hell out. I don't got time to deal with your bullshit. I'm here playing games for my enjoyment. And I stream because I love having conversations with people while I play video games. It's real simple. It's not complicated. You know what I mean? But that was like the biggest lessons that I've learned from streaming. And I think that also plays a part in like who I am as an individual outside of streaming, of like, I just don't have time for people's bullshit. You know, I can deal with a little bit of it and I'll deal with it to an extent, but there's always going to come a point where I'm like, all right, either I'm going to step away from the conversation, like, I can't have this conversation anymore. We're just going to have to agree to disagree. Or I'm just going to be like, I'm going to call you out on your bullshit and be like, you know that's not true. You know that's fake or whatever, and then just move away from the conversation. And so, I don't know. It's very interesting how, like, the changes and the dynamics of like who you are as a content creator, the longer that you do it.
I think what scares me too is like, Ryan, are you saying? Ryan?
I guess so.
Anyways, like when Ryan talks about Twitch,
Yeah.
Ryan has a very specific thing that he loved most about Twitch, or what he looks for.
Yeah.
Like, as a viewer, I know viewers of my own that like feel very deeply about similar things on YouTube or like certain content I make. And it's one of those hard things, and it's the hard reality and like the disconnect between, I feel like, streamers and like viewers. Even me as a viewer, like me as a viewer is completely different than streamer. Me as a viewer, there's very specific things I look for in content. And if that doesn't meet that content, I will stop watching it. There's people I've watched every single day for over a year that if they change up the content, I just automatically will stop watching it just because I don't enjoy it anymore.
Right.
And I think the hard thing with that is understanding that with the dynamic of streamer, content creator, viewer, it's never going to make everyone happy.
Yeah.
And if one day it makes the OG Ryan upset, it sucks. But if that person generally wants to make the content, whether it's for money or not, they're going to make that switch because that's what they want to do.
Right.
Same way that like him as a viewer, if he no longer likes what they're doing as content, he doesn't have to stay because he's been there for a couple of years. If Ryan wants to pick up and go find happiness elsewhere and watch another channel, he's going to do it. He might be disappointed, but it's understandable both ways.
Right. But you see that with every content creator, like every major content. Look at Hollow for example. Yeah. Dude was known for Call of Duty, built his channel basically specifically off of Call of Duty, and then a couple of years ago was like, dude, I'd like to play other games. I can't do this anymore where I'm playing strictly Call of Duty. The games aren't as fun as they used to be, and I want to switch it up. And he made that switch despite the massive drop off in viewership, huge drop off in viewership, right? And like ultimately, people are going to do what's best for them, financially or emotionally, you know. So it sucks that like as a viewer you're on the losing end of that, but I feel like if you're a true fan of somebody, wouldn't you want the best for them? Is kind of how I operate in that regard. But
also too, if you're a true fan of someone, you would want to make sure like they're staying true to themselves in some way. And if like what Ryan said is true, like someone started because they're just having fun, then along the way they're able to potentially make money from it. If the viewer or Ryan feels like they are going away from what they originally started because there's more opportunities, I'm not surprised that the viewers are like, you've changed up.
right.
To me, when I hear, oh, you've changed, my response is good.
Yeah.
I hope I change every single day, if not every single week, month, year. Like, I want to be a completely different person next year than I am now. So
Right.
if that's a change of content or if that's a change of what I do, sweet, because I would hope it's been better. If it's not, I'm I'm gonna hold myself accountable.
Yeah. Well, I always laugh at that like remark. I guess like, oh, you've changed. It's like, well, you're constantly changing. Like if you're not changing, you're dead, right? You're either getting better or you're getting worse. There's no like middle ground. You don't get to sit there and be the same, you know. And so when someone's like, oh, you've changed, well, yes, I've changed, and the hope is and the goal is that I'm getting better, right? Like I want to get 1% better today than I was yesterday, and 1% better tomorrow than I was today, right? And so I do laugh at that comment of like, you've changed. It's like, well, what did you expect? Like I don't look like I don't look like I did when I was 7. I grew bigger. I'm getting older. I'm aging. I'm more wise because of experience with life, right? Like I'm always changing, and you're always changing, and that should be the case. And honestly, if there's so many people out there making content, like if you're not happy with what I do and you feel like I've changed, you can go find someone that did what I was doing. You can. There's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people streaming every single day. You know what I mean? So you can find that group of people, and maybe that will fit you better for a longer period of time. I don't know. I have no idea. That was a very long and detailed conversation about why I switched from Twitch to YouTube.
Well, I think we're all passionate about it, and that's why. Because like we all have things we
Oh yeah, absolutely.
watch certain things or
I'm super passionate about streaming and making content. I wouldn't have done it if I wasn't.
I'm convinced, Ryan, I don't know if you're still here because I know you're muted, John, listening. I'm convinced, and Ryan can say I'm wrong or I'm lying, but I am pretty sure Ryan will purposely take an argument and find some little thing to say to piss you off, but like try to hide it like a bull. Because I try to think what it is when he talks about anime or when he talks about like streaming with me that really just like triggers me for some reason. I think he finds little things to just throw in there where it's like I could agree with 99% of it, but he knows if he throws like a little breadcrumb in there, I'm gonna be like, you motherfucker.
That's hilarious. Probably, I wouldn't put it past him. I'm sure he would do that. I could see him doing that just to irritate somebody.
Like I think for anime, though, what you know, is he'd be like, yeah, Reed, like I think you'd like these choices. Like those seem like great animes. I agree. That seems like a good area. But honestly, man, like it's
Yeah.
kind of dumb that you like Pokemon. That's kind of like, what?
You were talking about my childhood. Okay, so this has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I just want everyone to know this was the perfect Minecraft world for me for one reason and one reason only. If you look at this bottom right corner of my world, it's shaped like Texas. Like, almost perfectly shaped like Texas. It's
Taxes are good, yes.
like,
Did you say taxes are good?
Yeah.
if I would be more happy to pay taxes if I knew what my taxes were going to, but that's a completely different.
We've literally had
We've had this conversation so many freaking times. I'm saying Texas. Look, does that not look exactly like Texas?
I'm just gonna interrupt now and switch topics entirely.
Yeah.
We just fully appreciate how accurate Dan's pictures of Reed are.
Oof.
I know he's been sending those.
Mm.
You've seen in the chat here the guy from Hunger Games and then whatever that other show is. They look exactly like him.
I think it's the same guy, isn't it? Isn't the guy from?
Oh, I think they're different. Oh, and actually,
No, they're the same.
They're the same person.
Dan said.
Yeah, it's Reed. Is who it is. That's right. I forgot. Sorry.
Crazy.
Seriously, I saw those pictures popping up in chat, and I was just dying. I was like, wait, these like actually kind of look like.
That's low-key kind of a cool hairstyle. I might have to try it out.
Do it.
Wait, how long can you grow your hair? You're gonna be like Tim the Tap Man?
I don't know how long I can grow my hair.
I think he was bald.
He wasn't. He used to have long hair.
Reed can really turn into something.
Tim the Tap Man used to have like a huge long lock.
Yeah.
Beauty. Yeah, it wasn't too long ago. Like, I don't know if you can see, so the soccer picture I put in there, that's my short haircut. So what I do is like I'll have kind of put the sides like really short and then like a little on the top part over, like just essentially have that like shape.
Does she cut her hair?
She does not because I like saving money and she does a decent job. So win-win. But no, like the thing with this is, I feel like it shapes my head well, kind of like in that picture of the dude. I don't know what his name is, but like, because like if my hair's long on the side, and I assume this dude's similar. If you would picture like hair on the side,
Yeah.
it makes it look less cool in the middle, just because there's a huge ass receding hairline on the sides of it. But if you take away that side or make it as short as possible, I feel like it defines his head a little bit more and makes it better shape.
Defines his head a little bit more.
I don't think I've ever heard anything like that.
I love how you pay attention to detail. I respect that about you. Because that was not even close to what I thought.
I could just completely shave it all off, and according to
Yeah,
Scotty,
that's
be Johnny Sins.
You could.
Remember?
Or you'll just
Well,
be
what-
pure
when I found out my grandma had cancer and shaved my head, I think it was Joel did a side by side of like me and Johnny Sins and right there.
Dang.
Question mark?
Is that a compliment?
It's Dan though.
So you're telling me you're 9 inches?
What do I look like? I've already told you. Have you guys seen the movie The Boy in the Striped Pajamas?
Nope.
Yes, like 10 years ago.
I just know you're tall and skinny. There, you remind me of Hutch? I'm assuming you're like built like Hutch.
You look like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
Noxie, what's up? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Shaggy.
I had that jawline too and everything.
I gotta leave for vacation, boys. Y'all have a good weekend.
Peace out.
Have a blast, dog. Noxie's a cool name. How'd you come up with Noxie? Does it mean anything crazy?
Man, how do you spell Nazi?
N-O-X-Y. What? Oh.
Did you say Nazi?
Nice. Okay, that took me a second. I was like, wait, what? I was like, whoa, they are similar. I could see. Dun, dun.
I want you guys to play Phasmophobia. You don't have to play it with me.
Yeah, why were you playing Gale then?
Yeah, honestly, thinking about being in VR right now is just
Dude, I just died. Ugh.
The game is so much harder. It's like,
in VR or just in general.
We didn't. I don't think we won one time.
That's the first time I've died in a long time. Unfortunate.
The first game you played, you got good, and I ran into a wall, and so I was immediately opened the door and killed me.
Fuck that, dude.
I just lost 87 levels. God bless.
Nice ball.
Shut up. I lost all 87 levels. I'm
Wait,
so
you
sad.
can stream that.
hi.
Yeah, I fell to my death.
How did you die when you were in water?
I wasn't in water. I was flying down. Yeah,
Why'd you fly down with a carrot?
what? I didn't fly down with a carrot.
You did. You flew down with a gold carrot in your hand.
Yeah, but that's not how you fly. The wings are attached to my back.
Oh, the Electra.
Yeah, they're.
Not work.
Yeah, well, I just wasn't. I didn't slow down enough. So, and I don't have my feather falling boots on because I'm like doing a lot of work in the water. So, F's in chat, boys. F's in chat.
Just
I
at
agree,
this point,
Scotty.
at this point, assume everything that comes out is a flop.
What,
Unless they figure
what
it
was
out
the last
otherwise.
good game that came out?
Thank you.
Wait, I actually can't get out of here.
That came out.
We don't know. We actually don't speak about it.
I'm trying to think.
No, that's why I've been saying that for a while, because every time I go to try to, I was like, there's nothing I want to play.
Like BO3, I enjoyed, I guess.
I didn't like BO3, I'll be honest.
Thanks for losing the levels. Now the monsters can live again. Screw the monsters. Forget those
It was
guys.
great. It had a good campaign. My favorite. It had a good zombies mode, and it had good multiplayer.
Apparently, Infinite Warfare had an insanely good campaign.
Really?
Yeah, like
Really?
arguably like from most pro players that I've seen and most like content creators, they're like Infinite Warfare is the best campaign that I've played, and yeah, but they're like, but the gameplay sucks. Like the multiplayer sucks.
I don't know that.
So, which I was like, really? Because I never played it. I didn't play campaign. So, that's what they said. I don't know. I need rockets.
Oscar, I literally saw where you died. It looks like you hit your little toe and died.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It really. I mean, do I care about the levels? Nah. Yeah, I don't need them. I'm in late game Minecraft, so I don't need the levels. But it is kind of sad seeing 87.
Is 1 meter 3 feet?
3.5 feet.
1 meter feet?
No. One isn't 1 yard 3 feet?
Meters
Yes.
feet conversion. 1 meter is 3.2 feet.
Okay, so it's 3.2 feet. Hey, did you look that up and then ask us? Scotty was like, wait, is 1 meter 3 feet? And we're like, I don't know. He goes, well, here on the meters to feet converter, it's 3.2. I was like, did you just look that up and then ask us if it was 3 feet?
I thought I was surrounded by smart people.
The 1 yard is 3 feet.
Usually 6.
I'm pretty sure 1 yard is 3 feet, right? Yeah.
When you're on this,
So I can see it.
Like,
Wait,
that's
why?
okay. I don't
Why
know
are we
what
talking about this?
I don't know.
What are you building?
What are you building?
What?
A what switch?
For what?
Oh, are you doing that for your Linux? Oh, for work.
Wait, like IRL? Oh wait, sorry, I forgot you actually do work from home.
Oh snap! Oh snap! Shots fired, ladies and gentlemen. Steven with the heat. Oh my gosh.
Steven's just jealous of that thing because video games and they want me to sit there and just customs.
Dude, all of us are kind of pissed off about that. Like,
Oscar, you don't even work. You play Minecraft and hit blocks all day.
this is so right, but it's not from me not trying. I've applied to a bunch of places. They just for whatever reason.
You're 24/7. Not 24/7. At least like 40 hours a week.
Oh yeah, no, this is my full-time job, and I don't get paid to do it. But it's not like I haven't tried to apply for jobs. That's the problem. Is I keep applying, and no one, everyone's like, "We're hiring," and I'm like, "Bitch, that ain't said shit to me."
people at Wendy's.
All right, now first up, now
What,
you,
what kind of jobs do you apply to?
I've applied to multiple jobs at a place called Vexus Internet. So everything from their sales side to the only thing I haven't done is like actual being a technician because of my back, my lower back issues. I just don't see that. It said something like being able to carry 50 pounds on your back, and I was like, for 8 hours a day, nah, bruh. I can't do that one.
That's why it's an open position.
So I've done everything from their call center to their sales team, and I don't know. No answer, so I've applied to some other places as well. I can't remember them.
I work at Little Caesars. Make me a pizza.
Whoa, 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 whoa. You know, you get really aggressive with that shit, Steven. What's up?
Pizza look good?
Dude, that pizza slapped.
I'm actually gonna order pizza. Thanks.
Yeah, anytime, dog.
You
My
applied
dinner
to be a janitor.
I could.
Oh, yeah.
I could. I do hate the school system, though.
The lava cakes at Domino's.
Yeah.
I tried
Mm.
I found some free coupon online for a free like pan of their brownies or something, so I got it, and it was so fucking good.
The brownies were good too.
Yeah, like they were super hot, and
And they were gooey.
yeah,
Yeah.
really
Yeah, they're really
good.
good.
Like almost as good as the Domino's.
I had a teammate that was like his pregame meal. He'd buy a pizza and brownies and wings from Domino's. Yeah, he would do like night before his meal. That was like his go-to meal, and that
Yeah,
boy could hoop. Do I have enough melons? I think I do.
I want to see a real life.
Have you not seen those before?
Not in real life, because I have enough money for
I've seen him in real life. Oh, I've seen not in real. I guess seeing him on photos. I guess it's not technically real life. So they're really cool looking.
Well, I've seen them in the picture, but
Right. So,
Now I want fucking pizza.
hey, who's stopping you?
The fact that like I get off work and then I go for a run and then I take a shower and then I go upstairs and there's dinner on the table.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, that's what's stopping you. Thanks for answering.
You're welcome.
Dude, the AC is not on in the house, and I can feel it. I can feel my nipples beginning to sweat.
Apparently, Spirit Halloween is looking for a chief spirit officer.
Dude, I fucking volunteered for this. That's the greatest title that I've ever.
Chief Spirit Officer. It entails you dressing up and going outside.
God.
Alright, I'm down.
You're an officer of Halloween. I don't know. What do you want?
Boom, motherfucker. Yeah.
Where are my controllers?
you need to get a bigger watermelon farm.
Wait, Scotty, are you in VR?
Yes.
I will have a larger watermelon farm at some
And
point.
We've decided as a community in here that when Scotty's in VR, he sounds like you.
Yeah.
I actually kind of thought it was Dan, honestly.
Wait, that's me?
Yeah.
Wait. I thought you said Dan sounds like me though.
No, I don't know. Who you're talking
No,
about.
Dan sounds like you, like when he stretches, like there's certain things that he says. It was like, yeah, he like stretched or something, and it sounded like you when you like get pissed off in League and try to keep yourself from yelling. So Dan, when he stretches, goes, and Ryan, when he's trying not to get pissed off at League, goes.
Sounds like a koala or something.
Don't those animals sound really gross? They cry, don't
Yeah,
Like-
I'm just
Oh,
like,
there it is. Hey, Steven, this is for you.
what? Am I supposed to like see something?
Yeah, go into the
watch
stream.
stream.
Thanks. I have to use you, Scotty. Why are you gonna call me out of everyone? What did I do?
that noise.
Look at that. Ooh, look at that guy.
Yeah.
Ooh, wait, no. Look at that boiled
You
neck.
think you are
Yeah,
special?
that looks like me.
Why do these guys have all Reed's foreheads?
Holy crap! I didn't realize that was Scotty. I'm not even kidding. I was like,
See,
did Dan,
that's what I said.
bro? I was like, what? Is Dan changing his mic? Right? Why does he keep doing it? Stop changing it.
Open
I literally cannot tell who's who.
tail.
That is so weird.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Y'all need to fix
I
that.
haven't been a part of that conversation where you guys were saying that Scotty sounds like Dan when he's in VR.
Bitch. Come here. Let's go. Let's go.
It's really,
Good, man.
it's so spot on. It is spot on. I'm not about it. Not a fan of it.
It's weird.
Big
So
up.
people sound so different in the like the VR mic.
Yeah.
I love Chuck West the wall.
I swear to God, the audience was laughing when you were punching his dick.
Look at this bit.
Chuck is my
I can just tell it's Scotty because he's too aggressive. Still.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Dan doesn't play like that.
Guys, Chuck the body at the people in this
Dan's super humble about beating the crap out of people in video games.
Dan is humble.
He
Look
gets
at this.
aggressive in Facebook.
Hey, sexy.
He walks all weird and stuff and calls Scotty a bitch. What do you want, bitch? Dan, where are you?
Fight each other. Fight each
Just waiting to
Scotty,
punch
can
a wall.
Scotty, can you try to sound like hell in the Oculus?
Oh
mic?
please.
No, that's putting me on the spot. Fuck.
Pick up the bat.
Yeah, you want me to pick up the bat for you.
No.
It-
No.
It do-
Baby.
Also, you're streaming, right?
yeah,
No longer a PG stream.
I'm in.
Go, bitches.
Dude,
It's
it's
never PG when I'm
fucking
with you.
good.
Yeah, your VR mic doesn't pick it up as well. It's unfortunate.
Come here. Come here. What do you think you're doing? Little bitch boy. Come here.
Mm.
Grabbing him by his jaw
Come here, bitch.
Chuck him to the stand. Chuck him to the audience.
Oh, damn it. Come here. Ooh, yeah.
What the hell?
Oh, come here. You come here. You come here. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Poke his eye out. Poke it out.
And Maddie's over there just trying to work.
Nah, she's in the kitchen right now.
Poke his eye out.
Come here. Oh, you missed, bitch, you dumbass.
Oh,
What the?
dang, dude.
What just happened?
He would thank you on that.
So aggressive.
You.
Bow,
I can pick up his weapon.
bow, dum, 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 dum.
Pick it up.
Bow down, dum, 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 dum.
Just dropped.
I'm going, Dan. I just gotta make sure I'm not smacking into the walls or anything.
This is so
Dobby
true.
is like watching me right now. He looks so funny. He's like laying in his little. What the? It's so jiggly, like damn. Oh, so
Great, when I'm
wobbly.
Like hand too, like that.
When I'm done with this Valorant game, you guys want to play fast?
God.
You don't have to play in VR.
That's like a yes.
What?
That was like a yes, oh god. He said, oh god.
Come on.
Mm.
Dude, I want to get
Oh,
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok, it's on sale right now.
Oh shit. Oh.
Ragnarok? Wait, what? What's Ragnarok?
It's like Guitar
You use
Hero,
his
but
shield?
you're like Vikings in a ship. It's like Beat Saber and Guitar Hero kind of thing. You're Vikings in a ship and you have to
Hit your-
drum to the beat.
hit your
He's
butt.
a man
Have
of
him
shield.
Buddy,
That's cool.
It looks sick, honestly.
hit him. Hit your buddy. Yeah, beat his ass. Beat his ass for me.
Beat his ass.
Beat his water loving ass, Greg.
Isn't that a song? Isn't that WAP?
Uh,
Something? I don't know.
Am I
maybe.
dying?
I don't know.
Wait, am I dying? What just killed me?
Well, you ain't living, sweetheart.
Dude, this man is a midget. He's ugly.
Chuck the weapon at him. Chuck it.
I'll have no weapon if I do that.
I'll be a man then.
Oh, nice. You hit your own teammate, dumbass.
Mmm.
Fuck.
Mmm.
Get out of here.
Mmm.
You fucking suck.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Let go of it.
Yep.
Am I dying again?
Probably.
Oh.
It's highly likely that you are convincing him thy death.
There's somebody behind you.
Yeah?
Get him.
Chuck it at him.
Shit. Dumbass. I'm gonna grab you by the nuts.
Please don't.
Well, this kid's not bringing up kids again.
He's not gonna be alive.
Dead,
again.
yeah.
He's dead.
And in my point still stands, he's never gonna kids.
Fuck you. What do I get now? I don't want a shield. This is lame.
Oh, but you can be like the American hero dude. What's his name?
Ale. Can I swing it? Oh my god. Ooh. I'm here.
Banana. Ooh, I need to write an email. Crap, I forgot to do this.
Are you dead? You're not dead. God, I don't know where I am. In my room. I'm scared I'm gonna smack a cat. Oh, bitch boy. Come here. Give me that weapon. Let go of it. Let go of it. Fuck you. Look what I'm gonna do to you.
How is this fly?
Yeah, this is what I'm gonna do to your nuts, bitch. Come here. Who's next? You
Why
next?
did
bitch?
they walk like I do?
Come here, baby. Come here. No. You don't do shit. Yeah, you laugh at him, boy. Check in. Look. accidentally hit the chicken.
You ate the chicken.
What? Free for all? Wait, you're only giving me a shield? And a free for all?
There's no weapon on the ground.
Are there? No.
Banana. Da-da-da-na-na-na-na.
We're going double. I salute you, bitch. Mother, what? Why don't you let me salute you? Do I have to pick up this dumb shield?
Well, you can't drop it.
Oh shit.
Scotty is huffing and puffing in the mic again. I'm starting to get sleepy.
Let's go have some soda.
No, I can't have soda anymore.
Oh, give me that, baby.
Go have tea. Go have.
Is that
I mean, I can have coffee,
Ah!
but I am pre-diabetic, so I can't have it. Basically, I'm fat.
Ah!
I gotta lose weight.
I can't pick it up.
At least that's what my blood results said. Which is incredibly exciting.
Pick it up.
Oh, I need one weapon, Scott.
Where's that axe? Where am I in my room? I'm so scared. Oh, get away. Get away. Where's the axe? I need the axe. Fuck you.
He really does sound like Dan.
Oh yeah.
You made him explode.
Yeah, look at his guts.
Did you say
Can I take...
he farted? Is that what you just said?
Can I beat... Oh my god, I'm gonna beat you with this
God.
I'm gonna beat you with this hand.
Oh. Alright, I'm trying to collect quite a bit more glass than I did last time. Yeah, let's go stand by the old melon pumpkin farm.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
Oh, my neck.
Oh my god, you're scary. Give me this. You got nunchucks? Fuck you. Oh yeah, I'm gonna die because he has nunchucks. Yeah, I don't fucking care that you're champion savage. I'm more savage. I'll eat his ass. My weapon. Wait, I'm gonna hit you right here. Oh, lame. I salute. Come on. Let me through. Fuck you. You ain't shit, bitch. Get up there. Give me that nunchuck.
Nunchuckies. Maybe I just sit here for a whole day and wait for the melons to, grow. I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm hot.
I can take this opportunity to write down what I need to buy at the grocery store.
Why can't I go up?
Bananas.
Achilles? We're gonna go to Achilles.
No, it's not gonna be bananas. I basically have to not cut out fruit, but I gotta back off of fruit as well.
Let's go, baby.
So, grocery list.
I'm gonna eat your mom's ass tonight.
Oh, okay. Bum, bum. Okay, we need chicken
Oh.
breast, ground beef, brown rice. From a veggie perspective, baby carrots. Green beans.
Get fucked.
Dude, don't want. Ooh, zucchini.
Get fucked. Who's next? Oh, you're still
Peppers.
alive?
Brussels sprouts, maybe?
Green beans, carrots.
No. I do have some of those. How are we doing over here?
Oh my goodness.
Bum ba dum.
This is part.
Boom, bum, 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 ba dum.
Who needs the gym when you have VR?
Boom, bum, 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 ba dum.
I salute. Ding, ding, ding. Let's go, baby.
Ooh, peas. Peas sound good. I haven't had snap peas in a long time.
How embarrassed are you, kid?
Very.
How embarrassed are you? Give me that arm.
Brussels sprouts or
Lock up,
asparagus.
Oh, nice block. Come here.
Bum bum bum
Block
bum
again.
bum 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 bum.
Oh, you got a bow? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna bonk you on the head.
You're really getting into it, aren't you?
Hell yeah, these guys are rabid animals. Get sliced. You're still alive? Are you gonna crawl? Look at this loser. Just bleed out already.
Can I trade for glass? Oh, I can't. That.
Yeah, I do.
Bum bum bum
What
bum.
is this shit? A wobbly hammer? Bung, 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 bung.
Bum bum ba dun ba dun.
Oh, there's many of you.
There are so many.
I don't know how to do this. Huh.
Alright. I think I want to have 2
You're still alive? Fuck.
shulker boxes full of glass.
Oh, you're still alive?
Not able.
Not anymore.
And get rib smashed. Oh, I missed. I'm gonna break your ribs. Get down. Oh my, hi. Yeah, you hit him. Hit you. Hit you. Oh shit. Bonk. 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 Beep. Bonk.
let's collect up some melons. Watermelon Drea.
Wait, why did that guy just die?
Bum, 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 bum,
That's
bum,
tough,
bum.
kid. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough, nerd.
Oh.
Bonk. Bonk. Oh shit, he hit me.
All for one and one for all.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. You're still alive?
I have a deep love and respect for the Three Musketeers.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Get out of here. Oh.
Get out of here. Go home.
Get away from me. Yeah, my man's got a bow. Are your legs broken?
Yeah.
Just like mine. Yeah.
Just like mine. Chill, bro.
Look at this little bitch crawl. Ah. How should I end you? Come here. Come here. Come here. I said come here, you. Come here, buddy. Come on, roll over. There's your loyal champion. Oh, so I gotta slice his legs. That's it. Yeah, all I gotta do is slice his leg. Ugh, of course it's one leg. Okay.
Boom, 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 boom.
Fucking loser.
Ooh.
Your champion sucks.
Why does it look like he's laughing at us?
There's something wrong with that?
No, it's contagious.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, I'm hot.
Maybe you should drink some water and take a break.
I'm gonna grab some water.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Stay hydrated, Scotty.
Oh my god, I'm hot. This game's wild.
Sounds like it. Sound like you're having fun there, bud.
I'm having a lot of fun.
Good.
Who's that?
Dum, boom, 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 Ah.
Go, baby. Who's up next? Get fucked.
Oh, really?
Goliath. Badger Mancer? Okay, that sounds fun.
The heck? He said, okay, that sounds fun.
What is this shit? I don't like the spear.
What?
I should buy Blade and Sorcery.
Well, I guess I should have checked the... Me.
Oh, that guy's got a bow? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I don't want to use the bow anymore, it's shit. But,
Okay, that's all that I need from there. Are these guys still... Yeah, I can't trade with them. Alright. Gobblestone, let's go.
get away, get away, get away. No.
And Sky's dead.
Dude. The bow is ass cheek.
Do you have to use the bow?
No. I just picked it up, okay?
Oh, okay.
Wiggly, wiggly, wiggly.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Okay. So boom. 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 Who wants to get fucked first? You will.
No thanks.
Die, you fuck!
I think that'll get him. Yeah, that'll definitely get him.
Let go of my weapon, ho! Then take this arrow and then jab it into one of their fucking skulls.
Oh yeah?
You didn't die. Get off of my weapon! Oh, okay. You. Fuck all your warriors.
Go, Scotty, go, go, go. Scotty, be good.
Bobby, hi, buddy. What the hell?
He's like, Dad, what are you doing? Why are you screaming so loud?
What are these?
We're gonna play Glass until I hit the 5-hour mark on streaming, and then I gotta go to the grocery store and start prepping dinner. And do some cleaning around the house. I have some laundry I need to do. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Breathe it out. If you breathe it out, you'll do better. Right?
Scotty, do you want to play fast when you're done?
Sure.
I'm gonna
Give me
start getting into VR then.
Okay.
It's gonna.
Aw.
I haven't played anything on this PC yet. I don't think.
Make sure you have Steam VR installed.
Oh, good point. I think I do.
I did not. I forgot that I had to have that installed, and like every single one of my games just wouldn't go in full screen.
Oh God.
Like it would just like you know how when you're on your Oculus Home, and, like you can open up your window and stuff, it would literally just have the game in like a windowed version of that, but you're still in your home. It was so annoying, and I'm like, Dan, what am I doing wrong? He's like, do you have Steam VR installed? I'm like, oh, I forgot about that.
Alright.
It's like, no, I don't.
Are you not dead? Am I done? Yeah, fuck your warriors. This guy sucked my dick.
Sky, the day I get to come visit you, I expect you to play this so I can watch you and laugh.
Yeah?
Yeah. If that's okay with you, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, bet.
What are they giving me? What are those? Oh, terrible axes. Ow.
What are you visiting, Oscar, huh?
I don't know. We were supposed to be up there this September, but with our car's transmission going out, and then Heather getting sick, she lost all of her PTO, and then obviously we just don't have the money for another car, so kind of delayed that. So it'll probably be maybe a year or two from now, because with baby coming, so I'm not ready to take. I don't want to. I've seen what happens when you take a baby that's less than a year old on a plane, and maybe it's worse as they, between years 1 and 3. I don't know. We'll come up there at some point. We may just have to drive up there. That may be worse than flying. Oh Lord, I don't know.
Would it though? Would it?
Huh?
Because you can go at your own speed, you can relax.
You would think you would think that until you have a baby in a car for 16 hours, and you realize that it doesn't matter how we feel about this baby doesn't want to be in car seat for 16 hours straight. You know what I mean?
You know what you should do? Give it money.
Give baby money.
Yeah.
You know what, Ryan? I didn't think about that. Thank you for your expert opinion on what to do when baby's pissed off in a car. That makes a lot. No. Just about $20 or something. Like what?
You never know.
You're right. I don't know.
None of us are parents, hopefully.
Golly, jeez, dude. Oh my gosh, that's so stupid. Oh, jeez. No, I'm calling your comments stupid. You're right. How dare me?
You don't understand how it feels to be a genius like I
Ooh. Dang.
All the smart people like Bernard the Science Guy, Franklin,
Yeah.
Stephen Hawking. We are disabled, but we're so intelligent. We just no one can relate to us.
Wow. Wow. My bad. Clearly, I'm in the wrong here.
That's kind of fun.
You're just like, no, it's okay, man. Just don't let it happen again.
Yeah, my ego to grow this much.
Boom, boom, boom. How do I? Okay.
This is a stabby weapon. Okay. Wow. Oh my goodness. Dude, just you're gonna keep coming out of there, aren't you?
Boom.
Come on, one more time, motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
See what happens, little bitch boy.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. You came out fucking here.
He's so animated.
You say you wanted his emotions.
You're right. I asked for this. This is on me. This isn't on him. This is on me. Oh really? Oh really? Dang! Wow! I didn't know. Dang, bro.
What's so funny about you, Ryan?
He said he questions. Sometimes he questions why God made him so funny. Bro is on one today. He's on a roll. He's just loving every bit of it. Oh my gosh. Oh jeez. You okay?
What the fuck is Badger Man, sir?
Dang, Ryan, breathe. He's just dying laughing.
This guy has a badger on his arm. What the fuck is this?
I don't know.
Wait, he dropped them. Wait, the badger ate his leg.
What?
Wait, the badgers are coming for me.
Bum bum ba dum 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 dum. Wait. Why did Reed time you out?
Because I said pee pee poo poo.
He said I said pee pee poo poo. Hola.
Okay, I am done. I mean, Phasmophobia now. Dead Buried, what is this game?
The loading is a lot better. It took Sky like 20 seconds to load it.
Hmm. hate to see that.
When you though, would you?
I would.
Oh my god, so
What?
What are you, Ryan?
What the heck are you on right now, bro?
reminds me of a baby video of a baby otter.
Oh. Baby otters are cute. They're like oddly super cute.
They're one of the softest animals.
What? That's a random fact. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
My basketball reset. I was at 69.
Aw, that's unfortunate. Well, get busy.
Oscar, you should swim with a tiger shark.
I'm sorry, what?
You should swim like a tiger shark.
Yeah, you're spitting bullshit.
Oh,
Ain't no way in hell.
why?
Hell no, bro. For what?
For fun.
Nope, ain't fun. What do I need to swim with the tiger? Like, what am I gonna get out of it? Not fun. I don't.
Excitement.
Nope. Not. I'm not that kind of adrenaline junkie. I'm good.
See, but you could be one of the people I swim with a tiger shark.
I don't want to be one of those people. Oh, cool, sweet. You swam with the tiger shark. What? Nah. Nope. Don't need to.
But what if you guys became BFF?
If me and the tiger shark became BFFs,
Yeah.
yeah, don't need to be a BFF with a tiger shark. I'm good.
So you would be like, hey, but I need you helping you defend your the water.
Yeah, no, definitely don't need to be a friend with the shark. I respect them enough to know that that's their world and this is mine.
Sounds fishy, but I
Chill.
love you.
Chill. Chill.
This is why my mom doesn't give me soda.
I'm not asking tiger sharks to come walk on land now, am I? Mm-mm.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab water. Scotty's dancing.
You say that though.
Sounds like Scotty's taking a dump. You good in there, dude? Yeah, no more soda for you.
I have a full can of soda.
Nah, nope, no more soda for you. Let me see here. Is this that same one or is this a different one? Oh, there's an axolotl down here. Oh, there's a cave down there as well. Oh,
You should make you should make us do axolotls.
it looks like I have some exploring to do down there,
3,
fellas.
3, 2, 5, 6, 3. 3, 3, 2, 5, 6, 3.
Back.
Welcome back.
Dan, they're playing Phasmophobia.
Bro, if you ever burp like that again, you sounded like you were in pain. Don't ever burp like that again.
I knew we don't pump it up.
You guys start yet?
That dude said, did you ever do that gross thing? I don't know what that was.
Don't blame me. I'm not.
Don't blame you, bro. That's all your fault. You sounded like you sound like Rick. I hate that how okay has two different meanings. Or I guess maybe not two different meanings, but like the way that you use it
Hello?
bothers me.
Hello?
Yeah, like, are you okay? And then like you did that okay.
Yeah, I can hear you in game. Can you hear me in game?
I guess it does have two different meanings. Like you're saying one's like your average, and then one's making sure that you're good.
Hey, Ryan, can you see my stream?
It says it's paused.
What?
I'm gonna go mute myself and then
Hold on. Boom.
If I was ever drunk, please kill me. I would be such a terrible being.
Oh, alright.
I would probably be one of those whiny little bitches. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah,
was
so
you?
like,
So Austin, Dan, you need to. Well, Dan already knows it. But Austin, because if I mute myself, Ryan can't hear in stream. So just mute me, Austin, in Discord. Oh, you're very quiet. Oh my. Yeah, you're very quiet.
He said, oh my.
I appreciate that. Got you for a present.
A real sloth? I don't know if I could take care of a real sloth.
I don't know if we can afford a real sloth.
Oscar, why can't you afford a real sloth?
Because I feel like they're expensive animals.
Look at all these drugs.
Excuse me, we refer to them as contraband?
I'm gonna refer to your dick as contraband.
You know what? I do be fucking shit up, huh? I can't.
Dan, you ready to see me dunk? Boom!
I gotta see this really quick.
Boom!
Let me see you dunk.
Right. You ready to see me dunk, Oscar?
Yeah. I can only imagine what you're doing in your room right now.
The cat's over by the camera. Everyone catnap Trisha.
Boo! You almost missed.
Watch this three-pointer.
That was so bad.
Fuck this.
Oh my gosh. He tried to dunk it and he missed. I can't.
Did you miss?
Oh my gosh, dude, that's comedy.
Wait, you have 1 point? Oh, it doesn't change. It doesn't change for me, I guess. Dan, you fucking suck, dog water.
That is pure comedy.
Alright, what are we doing? Let's see what we got. Select job. Let's go to the farmhouse.
Dome.
Dave and Austin are in Illinois. We'll go to Illinois.
Illinois, we'll go to Illinois.
I don't have that. I only have intermediate.
I'm so tired of placing glass. I've been doing this for 5 hours. We just hit the 5-hour mark. I should play what?
We should play sand.
I don't have any sand to place, that's the thing. Alright, let me look at this really quick. Alright, let's land in the center of the base. And options, video settings, render distance, 14. We're only like halfway done with this wall. It's taking me 5 hours to get halfway done with the wall. No. Oh my gosh, no. No. GG's, boys. GG's. Alright, or should I say halfway done with this quarter, so technically an eighth of the wall. Oh, jeez, man. That is a soul crusher. Look at it.
By the way, if you have electronics on during a hunt, the ghost will know where you are. Well,
It does look really sick, though.
yeah.
I can't wait till this is empty, because then it's
So
going to look like...
Oscar.
Yeah.
We got Carol Williams.
You can what?
I'm proud of you.
Why?
Because you were such a good friend.
Oh, well, thank you. I got an eyelash in my eye. Ow. Alright, I'm gonna leave this here to look at. I got an eyelash in my eye. I gotta fix this. Ouch, 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 ouch. I'll be right back, stream.
That kid yesterday.
There's a new ghost called the Myling, and it's a Nordic child ghost.
They had him yesterday. He was crying.
Is it actually like a little kid?
Well, they didn't see him.
And you can sprint now, by the way. Push down your left analog button. Carol Williams, I mean. Carol Baskin, are you here? Carol Williams?
He died.
Carol Williams? Are you here? Carol Williams, give me a sign.
Okay, sounds good. Oh my goodness, I got it. It was in my eye. We're good.
Carol Williams?
I hope nothing spawns over by my bed. This could be real awkward.
Carol Williams, where are you? Hey, Carol Williams. Carol Williams.
Alright, it hasn't noticed me.
Why is it, Squidward? Why is it?
He doesn't know where to go. Look at him. He doesn't know where to go. Stupid.
Carol Williams.
Oh, and I got his bow. Unbreaking. Okay, I don't want it. I don't want that either. And I definitely don't want that. Get that out of here. That trash out of here, kid. That garb. Get the garbage out of here, bro. You suck at the games, skeleton. You're trash. Alright, get good, kid.
Carol Williams, give me a sign.
Alright. I'm making a... Yeah, I'm not finishing all this glass. I have done over 5 hours of streaming. I am done for the day. I'm done. I will be back tomorrow around 11 a.m. Central Standard Time stream. I appreciate you guys hanging out. It has been an absolute blast. But I got stuff to do, like laundry and shopping. But we got a lot done on the base. Really, really happy about the progress. So, you guys have a great day. I'm out of here. Goodbye.
I wonder if it's